Check, 1, 2. Good evening. Welcome to the Selectmen meeting of March 28th. The first item we're going to discuss on the agenda is Chris Hansen and discussion of impact fees. Hey, Chris. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Good evening, guys. Chris Hansen, Assistant Code Enforcement Officer, also a resident at 34 Haskell. Tonight I'm here to speak about impact fees. During the last year's budget process, it became evident to me that the town has increased services to its citizens. The rec department's been added, the library's been added, public works, codes, public safety, all have grown. This growth has increased the need for more infrastructure. Public Works is looking for funding for a new garage. The rec department needs new tennis courts. I'm suggesting that the town look at implementing impact fees to help with the pressure that growth puts on the town budget. My experience with impact fees comes from my service to the town of Wyndham. They have had impact fees for recreation, sidewalks, open space for over a decade. While I was there, they added public safety impact fee and a municipal impact fee to offset renovations and expansions to these facilities. These impact fees are not like real estate taxes. They're a one-time fee established by the town and are collected when new building or subdivisions are approved and only assessed once. The fees are part of the permitting process and established by the planning board at the time of project approval. Impact fees are not going to be a silver bullet for this year's budget, but are a way to save for the future and a means of procuring funds to ease the burden of growth and development. So that's my Reader's Digest version of what impact fees are. I can take questions. I have a little bit of experience with it. I'm not an expert, but one of the things I would suggest is that I'm also a member of the Comprehensive Planning Committee, and this would be something that could be looked at in depth by that committee and then brought back to the select board at a later date with more information and direction.
You have, this is only for new development, is that correct?
Correct. And they offset the needs for infrastructure caused by whatever development is going on. Let's take, for instance, the condominium project that's being done on Route 85 right now, 25 condos. That's going to put more stress on recreation. It's going to put stress on our schools. It's going to put stress on our roads and public works. So the impact fees are used to offset those new demands. They're not for salaries. They're not for existing needs. They're for needs of the future. So this is something that would be it's like a savings program, but it's borne by the people that are coming to town, building new houses or new developments, as developers do, and it's got to be directly related to that impact. So Wyndham's done it for open space. They've done it for recreation for years. They added two new impact fees when I was there for municipal improvements to the town hall because they needed to expand it. They were out of space. Same thing with public safety down on 302 across from the high school. To pay for that $3.5 million, they started charging impact fees to the developers. So every time there's a single family house goes up, there's a fee. I think in your packet are some impact fees from surrounding towns that'll kind of give you an idea where they are. They're also used as a tool to control growth. I don't know that we need that, but go ahead, Don.
Oh, I'm looking for Joe.
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry.
But since you gave it,
No.
so you issued the
birthdays, though.
yeah. So you issued the permits, and so the big question would be, what's the reaction of developers, individual
Well,
homeowners? What does that look like?
I got to tell you, I was very surprised because we added, when I was there, when I first started in Wyndham 5 years ago, a single-family house permit was roughly $1,500 to $1,800. Then they added these impact fees, and the impact fees added another $3,000 to $3,500 per permit. I never got a complaint. These developers are making the money, they're building a $500,000-$600,000 house, it's passed on to the consumer. And it's a very small part of a $500,000 house. They don't even blink an eye.
Well, yeah, they are really small. I mean, I'm just looking at these. So why would some of these other towns adopt it, but not, no fees established? So would we establish our own fees? Is there a
Yes,
guidance?
we would establish our own fees based on the impact of growth. If, obviously, Wyndham is one of the fastest growing towns in the country. They have been for 10, 15 years. They adopted it to help offset these costs of growth and development. Raymond is not growing at that growth rate, but you can start slowly with these fees, and I just see it as a way that, you know, we can help Public Works and help with the rec department, library, whatever the needs are. And it's gonna take some work to figure out what these fees should be, because they gotta fit the community. That's why I'm saying I would recommend that you direct the Comprehensive Plan Committee to start looking into it. We don't have to do it, it's just something I think that would help our town grow, and it wouldn't be a tax. It's not a burden on somebody that's living in town unless they build a new house, or unless you're building, doing a development on your property.
Why don't we send this to the planning board? Why would it go to COM?
Well, because it's related to growth, and it's tied into how you manage growth. The Comprehensive Plan Committee is based on a Growth Management Act, and in that Growth Management Act, came out of that was the impact fee legislation in 1987. I think Brunswick was the first town to do it, then York, I believe North Berwick, and then it's moved to Scarborough and to Wyndham and to Portland and South Portland. We're on the fringe. Towns north of us don't really do it, but the towns south of us, where all the growth is, do.
Yeah, but we're starting to get sucked into that growth.
Yeah.
Absolutely we are, because there's no place else to go.
The other thing I would say about, the Comprehensive Plan Committee is that our consultant, Ben Smith, was the planner in the town of Wyndham. He's very schooled in this and has worked in other communities on it as well, as I understand it.
Yeah, who's the architect
So, I mean,
of the
you could have
impact
the
fees
planning
for
board
Wyndham.
look at it too, but I'm feeling pretty confident that the Comprehensive Plan Committee would see the merit in this, and we have the consultant who has the experience.
Well, I mean, if it goes to the comp committee, which it's fine for them to look at it, but if you're looking at it from a timing standpoint, you're 2 years out from the
Absolutely.
comprehensive plan, which then it's still got to go to the planning board because it's an ordinance change. So if you go to the planning board now with guidance from them, doesn't that short circuit some of the time?
Well,
That's what I was thinking. It's like
I get your logic.
years out.
I get your logic. Maybe the thing to do is bring it up at a Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting the next month, and maybe we have a discussion, and maybe they say, with Ben Smith on the team, yeah, let's send it to the planning board. I'm just throwing it out there as an idea. I'm not,
I'm not suggesting wait 2 years.
Because
So there's going to be.
2 years is 3 years. Because
Right. Well, I
2
think.
years to get there, then it goes to the planning board, which means it ultimately ends
Right.
going to town meeting, which means, so if you go 2 years, you're really 3 years. If you go now, then you're 1 year.
so, back to Dawn's discussion about having Ben Smith look at it, who's going to be the planner for the Comprehensive Plan Committee. He has that knowledge. I'm sure Jim Seymour at Sebago Technics probably has the same expertise. So if you want to do this quicker than wait a couple, 3 years for the comprehensive plan, you're right, Rolf and Joe, to get working on it now. And I'm not opposed to that. I think we
The
can do
other
that.
comment I would have, and we'd have to have something custom tailored to our town, and of course, we'd have to understand what's allowable or not under law, but we have a different kind of development here than Wyndham. I mean, Wyndham has a proliferation of single-family homes. We have that, some single-family homes, but we also have these very, very high-end homes that they don't have, seasonal homes. So I'm not sure, that the traditional model, it's going to have to be looked at from the perspective of Raymond and what kind of impacts are coming to our town.
I agree with you. They need to be tailored to the town of Raymond. That's
So
that's
it
what
may be
they're about.
something, it may be something that's on a graduated scale based on permit versus a fixed amount or something like that. I just don't know. We have to look at all that.
Yeah, absolutely. I did look into it, and I didn't see anything that said you could that's prohibitive by the law, but it would have to be.
Based on valuation type of?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so, Don, can we, oh, Lonnie, you got something?
Please, I had a question back when it was a Reader's Digest statement, and I thought he was gonna stop. And I was just going to just reiterate that it's a great idea to have this, and it is not a unique fee, but it's not like a totally normal fee, but it's exactly what it says, it's an impact fee. If you're gonna bring in development, I've been around towns and cities and states that in order to put a development in that, X amount of acres, they had to build a school. So having an impact fee in the town of Raymond is a fair thing that the person or company causing the increase in whatever it is, they have to have a little bit more of a push into it and some blood in it, because they're causing that increase. They're causing that impact to need more of a school or to need more recreation. So I think it's a great idea. Thank you very much, Chris, and anyone else involved. And hopefully the comprehensive or the planning board will definitely feel that it's a great idea too.
So I think where we're gonna leave this, Don, I think you bring it up to the comprehensive plan committee at the next meeting. And then from there, say, hey, we need to push this along, if we're gonna have it take effect quickly, and make recommendations send it to the planning board. And is your planner started already?
No, what's going to happen at the next meeting is there's going to be a discussion over the scope of work and an adjustment to the contract to reflect what parts of the comprehensive planning process the committee feels they can do. So then we'll enter into a contract. We haven't done that yet, but we're very close. And that's going to happen at the next meeting. And I won't be at the next meeting on account of my surgery, but Chris, you can bring this up. You're the expert anyhow.
Absolutely.
And so Chris will be the staff person attending along with Sue for that meeting.
The whole point is we wanna move it along.
I
Yeah.
get it. Yep. No problem.
Okay. All right, thanks, Chris.
Have fun. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Going anywhere good for dinner?
What's that?
Going anywhere good for dinner?
I think we're having lobsters at home.
Nice.
You know what?
Bring some for us.
Let's
If there's any left.
hold the party for a little bit and just take it down to his house,
Thanks,
Thanks,
Bye.
Chris.
Have a good night.
See you tomorrow.
All right, okay. Can I have a motion to?
Move to go into executive session, discuss by possible acquisition of property pursuant to RSA 405-6C.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in
Second.
favor? All right, so you can either sit outside or go out back. Can I have a motion to come out of
executive session?
Second.
All in favor? We're out of executive session. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of March 16th?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay. Next.
Budget changes memo.
All right.
Have there been any other changes since this memo that came to us, March 24th?
There have been no changes from the administration, but there was a discussion about the public safety cuts and I think an alternate option discussed today.
Yep.
And so I think Bruce would like to address that with you, and I think he's cognizant of the desire to make the cut, but I believe he's got a different proposal, if you'd entertain that.
Yep.
So, how do you want to go through everything then?
Well, we have the memo. We can work off the memo. Right?
Okay. Oh no, where is the?
All right, Bruce. So you found $1 million. That's really
Two.
even better.
Do I get half of it?
Yeah.
Got found $2, yes. That was it. So, hang on 1 second. I'd like to hand that out if we can. Yes, if you could. Paperclip does not want to release it. I can do it.
All right. Thank you.
You can give some to the people behind
I
you.
will. Thank you.
Yeah, right. That's Bruce. So you got with Kathy and Sharice today.
Yes, we had a meeting.
Welcome back from your vacation, by the way.
Yeah, thank you, and my apologies again for not being here last week. I wish I would have, and that we could have sat down and collaborated prior to the meeting, et cetera, if there were any issues. But we had it scheduled for like 4 months prior to the meeting schedule, and so my wife told me that was not happening. I figure a divorce is pretty expensive, so I better abide by her rule. Anyways, so we sat today and we made several changes to some of the accounts here to basically fit the request. Everything we've done, obviously, in terms of manpower, staffing, payroll, salaries, that is, does have some consequences, and it does mean some less responders available, if you will, in the terms of standby folks. So, as you can see, though, in the column, the 24 proposed budget and everything that's highlighted in red has some major changes that go with it. Those changes are listed in the column beside it. The hope here is that we're able to keep our staffing request for both full-time people so that we can achieve the goal of having every shift have 3 people 24/7. It's vitally important that we achieve this goal. If not, we'll have only 3 shifts with that, and one will only be running 2, and we'll be short on those, etc. And those things in itself will create some issues for safety for us. That's absolutely for sure. It's pretty self-explanatory as you walk down through it, but as a brief overview, we cut 2 standby shifts throughout the day. We trimmed back some per diem pay, which means less per diems availability. We also cut some monies out of heating, out of electrical. We cut some out of vehicle maintenance. It was hard to predict, obviously, where the fuel and utilities are going to go. We still really can't predict that. So it's kind of a gamble, I guess, if you will, when we put those budgets together. We based them on what we were experiencing when we wrote the budget. Basically, that's where we're at, and we're at a bottom line, I believe, that fits your request. Any questions, comments, concerns? I guess that's the brief rundown to keep it short and simple for you.
Still looking over.
So we end up in the same place through a different method. I should say that, we were a bit under the gun last week, trying to come up with the changes that were, needed to reach the goal. And so, our apologies. I mean, we made the changes that we
Right.
could make, and And I mean, it wasn't a deep dive analysis that you could do with, as you did today with Sharice and
Right.
Kathy, and so anyway, so I guess, to me, I mean, to my way of thinking, I mean, we've ended up where we need to be
Yes.
through a different method and maintain the staffing. Is that the shorthand on it?
That is the very short Reader's Digest version, for sure.
Okay.
Four of us sitting in a room, Lee and us, we
Oh,
all
Lonnie.
sat together and came up with ideas.
Go ahead, Lonnie.
I see a couple of them that jump out at me. Of course, you hate to alleviate personnel that's needed, but it sounds like Chief can handle with what he has. So my only other piece of, I hate to short on any training that's needed. And it's $1,000. You know, I mean, that little bit of training was that. Because other than that, I think you did a good job with it. Thank you.
Yes, and the training piece, you know, basically since COVID has happened, we haven't rebounded in the going out of town so much. Those classes aren't available. We've kind of internally put together everything now, so a lot of what we do is internal and through computer programming. I think we can sustain that until out of town classes, out of state classes open up, and that's where we really get the expertise levels built up for our firefighters.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
How much money was moved to TIF? Was there any?
It was a little over 11,000 that was going from public safety over to the TIF. We did a percentage based on the call volume, average call volume.
Because the building's in the 302 zone?
Yeah, and they serve the TIF district, yeah.
Equipment can also be used. Equipment's allowable under the TIF.
Well, right, but you mentioned over 11,000, so you've gone, so from this memo on the 24th, you've got several things that go over the TIF that definitely add up more than 11,000.
Well, there's
We're
also
talking-
from the CIP, 20% of the principal and interest on the new fire truck payment that will be in 2024, which I believe was about we've got it under the TIF one, 11,000.
Wait a minute.
So that and 20% of the equipment was moved to the TIF. Which was 6260, yeah.
See what you're missing, Teresa, the stuff that's in the CIP isn't showing up in the fire department budget. That,
It's a
it's
separate-
over in the
CIP account.
CIP. So,
Well-
so they moved some from the CIP to the TIF.
Right, and that's what I'm looking at here, then the 17,000 would be from the CIP account, correct? The public safety equipment?
No,
Fire-
debt service, because the
debt
lease
service.
pumper truck, we have a lease payment on that.
So, all right, then what is the 17,873 then? I'm missing something. The fire department, just to be clear, fire department budget transfer 17,873 to the TIF. I understand it allows so much of it.
Yeah, it's 6260 coming at a total out of public safety equipment like turnout gear,
Radios.
SCBA. So 6260 out of the public safety equipment line, and then 11,613 out of debt service.
11,000, sorry, how much?
613. And
Debt
that's for the
service.
payment on the new fire truck. 20% of the payment.
So then technically what was in this earlier memo is no longer, like the 5,000 in fuel and stuff like that, or
No,
is
he-
it?
Yes, we
Yeah.
just made additional increases
Yeah.
that Bruce has in the spreadsheet that he just passed
You
out.
gotta
to
read the
you.
bottom here.
Yeah, at the bottom, it gives you each line item.
Those ones in the memo did not change, Teresa.
Okay. You also cut your equipment repairs and maintenance to 0? Am I missing that?
Well, it's kind of a duplicate line, you know, there's an equipment line and then there's equipment repairs and maintenance. So, it's been falling under the equipment, whether that be new equipment or equipment repairs. He does have firefighting equipment, which I believe is what he uses for new equipment.
Yep, yep. The equipment repairs is just that, repairs and maintenance, and the other one is new.
The confidence in 45,000 in new revenue?
with the increase in rescue billing from 180,000 to 220, I believe. we went to.
25?
225. We
225?
actually hit 225 last year, but we hadn't booked it.
Okay.
So,
I mean, I don't want phony numbers. I want to be able to hit these numbers. So if you hit 225 last year, you got a pretty good baseline to say, we can hit it again.
what percentage do we pay on the rescue billing?
8%.
8%, okay.
It's a very old contract, though, I will point out.
Yeah,
It is.
You won't get
And
8%.
How come we get, yeah, I mean, maybe it just didn't come over when some of the things went through, but I didn't see it in the 2022 budget in the thing, that cost for that was a blank line.
It's in the fire
23.
department
Yeah,
billing.
yeah.
So we increased the billing.
I understand what you increased there. All I'm saying is it didn't show up there, so I can't really see what we paid in 2020, because we brought in, we essentially brought in more, so that line, so essentially you went over budget on that line, but it doesn't show up anywhere.
Right. Sharice can look it up, but to date for 2023, we're at 9,528
Not-
at 8%.
Actually, that's probably low, because maybe depends on when they bill you for that.
Right.
But, you know, when I look at 2022, when you had 220, you had about 220 or so on income, you should have actually overspent that budget line, but it doesn't show up anywhere.
She would have to find that. Not everything will fit in the spreadsheet.
Okay, so in 2022, it was actually in the administration budget. And,
The 8%,
yep,
So we had it in the administration then instead of in the.
not in public safety?
correct. So in 2022, it was $16,468.
Okay. So essentially you overspent that line. Which is understandable, because you're in,
had an
it
increase.
offset by the addition, but
Right.
all I'm saying is you essentially, you overspent a budget line, but it's not showing up someplace.
Right.
All right.
So that's in addition to, by moving it into the fire department, so it inflates the fire department
Yeah, last year.
budget, because last year,
But we did that last year, so you're still year to year.
All right. Any other questions for Bruce? Thank you, Bruce.
All right.
All right. Technology, 25,000 from CIP. All right, why are we reducing the videographer?
Based on where we are year-to-date as of February 28th, I think it was a little over 2,200. So we didn't really feel like it was necessary to have a budget of 10,000. We only got 4 months remaining.
Okay,
I think we've had that number for a while, and we've not hit that number for some time. I mean, we try to stay full staff, but even so, we're not hitting that number, I guess.
Yeah, I think last year's budget was 7,500, and it was increased to 10 this year.
okay.
Oh, okay, I thought we had,
Are we billing the RSU for the videographer when they're doing the,
Well, they bring their own.
We are
No, it's our
not
staff.
billing them.
they use ours.
They use
use
ours,
ours.
and we pay for it?
Yes.
Since when?
Don? Are we just nice people?
I think it has to do, originally, I'd have to check this, but it's the policy I think they have with Wyndham as well. But that doesn't mean we can't change it. I'll have to look into that. I mean, I don't
Okay,
think it's a big issue. I mean, we can bill them. What do they have, every other month a meeting here?
yeah, not every, it's
every,
once,
once a month.
every other meeting is here.
Every other meeting, so once a
Once
month,
here,
so
once
12
here.
meetings here, okay.
I mean, it's not like they like us.
Oh, it's just, yeah, I mean, that way, you know, if we're doing that, we're looking at the number of hours of the videographer.
Yeah,
You'd essentially have that as an offsetting income line.
I think when we were looking at this, because I think it did come up before, and Sue had, researched it a little bit, I researched it. I think we felt that, with them allowing us the use of the gym for voting purposes,
That's another point.
that's a, kind of a quid quo pro situation, and I
Plus,
don't,
this broadcast studio belongs to the school, or is it ours?
This is ours, but what she's
But
saying,
school
what she's saying is,
property?
it's on school property, but they've been cooperative with the rec program and letting us have use of their facilities for that.
And
And
for
so that, I
voting.
forgot about that issue, the quid pro quo idea that,
Yeah.
you know, they've cooperated with us, we cooperate with them. But I think there was also the Wyndham thing originally, and so, but there's nothing that prevents us from charging them,
Nah.
Let
but,
it go.
but I think
Let
we're
it
also
go.
looking for,
Let it go. Don't worry about it.
Don't
Okay.
stir up a hornet's nest now, yeah.
All right, recreation. Joe, we're not removing lifeguards.
No,
Okay.
and we're not removing the 7,000 either.
We'll regret that if we ever did.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
so put those back in.
Okay.
There you go. You're all done.
That's it? All right.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, I'm just taking.
All right, Nathan.
Oh,
Public, what?
1 second. Can we put that number back in there so we know what that number is going to be then for the rec?
12,000.
$12,000.
12,000. I mean, but what's the total number in the rec area now? I want my numbers to be correct. So if we go to recreation,
So,
sorry,
151,084, then add 12 is 163,084.
I have 164,084 instead of 151. That was the last one you gave us at the last meeting.
Yeah, but this one reflected the changes.
So is there something else that was taken?
The snowmobile club, we took out of there, so that's really
yeah.
not the Raymond Rattlers. We moved
That moved
that
into
to TIF.
Okay, so
That
the
was the other-
151,084 plus
We had it-
12,000?
yeah, so it becomes 163,084.
I want to be caught up. All right.
All right, Nathan. 11,200 for sand?
No, put it back.
I mean,
the
we
reason,
use a lot of sand.
Put it back.
We got a lot of
And,
bills.
and he is also the catch-all in the department, so if something is broke, fixed, needs to be done, it ends up usually coming out of his. So if he's got any kind of buffer, he needs that for something that needs repaired, like either whatever it is, that needs to go back in.
Yeah, let's put the sand back in. How about this correction on the CIP?
CIP was.
A
that was-
double count?
No, I budgeted 225 last year for equipment, and when I was doing my numbers this year to make sure I had where I was supposed to be at, I was running it off 215 from the previous year. We put the 225 in there last year because equipment's costing more money, and I felt we could take the 10 out of that because the dump truck has gone from 179 or 189 to almost 300, so we're probably going to end up financing the next truck anyway. The CIP equipment account is used for purchasing of new equipment and stuff that we have major breakdowns. We paid for a motor out of that account last year. It's kind of the safeguard for my maintenance account too,
So why would you take 10,000 out of it?
because I felt that I should to
that.
be a team player.
isn't there a little more, I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding what happened. I thought there was in a couple different places.
No, it's just the sand for the 11,200 for the sand and 10,000 out of
CIP.
equipment. I was a little bit hesitant.
Because what this memo says, it was included in the operations budget.
That's how I wrote it, because that's what I first understood.
Okay.
That's an error.
All right,
Stand to be corrected.
so,
So we're gonna add 21,200 back in the public works.
oh, you're looking at
Yeah.
that one.
So
Yeah,
it'd be,
but no, because the one came out of the CIP, so if you're gonna add it. you gotta-
11,200
oh yeah,
Yeah.
10,000 into
Yeah,
the
10,000
CIP
CIP
and
and
11,200.
308, this one.
So the budget would be 930, 150,
I'm already
356.
lost.
930, 356.
933.56 on Public Works. Oh, 56, right?
All right, library.
Um,
Well, I don't think we were booking these numbers. I mean, we're trying to, you know, reach your goal, asking all of the different
Yep.
departments, and so I'm gonna say that the library is, you know, we were understanding that as well, correct?
Yes. She said we
So-
could take 2,000 out of library programs and 2,000 out of.
Right,
books
but I'm
and
saying that
media.
we, you know, we got the direction as to, you know, where we were going with this, so we didn't plan on that.
It's been taken out.
Correct. And the Public Works too, although there was a misunderstanding apparently on that. So, you know, but we took it out anyway. We had taken it all out anyway. We didn't book it.
They came in low. I say put it back. They've been doing so many programs for the town, working with the rec. And the more programs they have, plus they are a moneymaker as far as making money.
Yeah, what I'm
It's
saying
not
is that we
something-
didn't take it, so.
You didn't,
No, we did take it
We did
out.
take it
Yes.
Well, I
out.
thought we put it back in on
We
Friday.
took out all the recommended,
That's
or
on this
suggested or proposed changes from the last meeting. We built those into the new budget numbers. So like the 11,200 for sand, Joe's 5,000 for salaries for the lifeguard,
On Friday, we were taking all of that out,
correct,
and so that's where I wanted it to be, was out.
and it is out.
Okay, that's what I want.
Tonight, it's a decision whether to put it back
We're
in.
putting it back in. As far as the library.
No, I mean, out of consideration for, you know, we were trying to reach the goal on Friday, and the idea was that we wouldn't count those reductions.
okay, let's do this. Is the library, let's just put the programs back in there.
Programs and media.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
4,000.
But then on the revenue side, you're gonna add the 30,000.
Did
So
we-
you do want to, that was a decision that you folks made, because we had made the recommendation that investment doesn't mature until May 24th of 2024.
But according to you, there's no penalty for.
There is no
revenue.
penalty,
So-
but by the time we get to that date, you know, the fiscal year's over. It's totally up to you folks.
Well, I mean, the whole purpose of that money was to be able to
Yep.
use for.
Is that the only money you have invested with that firm?
Yes.
That 30,000?
No.
No, it was 130,000.
Right.
Yep. And 75,000 came over from their operating account. We were expecting 60-something, but we actually received 75,000.
Yeah.
I mean, so if, you know, so if we take that 30,000, bring that into the revenue line, that more than offsets the,
Yeah.
adding that back in there.
I agree.
So
So,
revenues
so
add,
you would still have 100,000 in that account.
Correct.
So you, and there's no penalty for withdrawing the
Nope.
30.
okay, so we're going
We're gonna, so 30 on the revenue side,
18,453.
and another 6,000 back in, so that'd be
Yeah,
Right.
4,000 back in.
4,000.
So 199,876.
Well, isn't it media and program 2,000? Oh, each, okay,
Yeah.
4,000.
So then
Right,
the total.
161,403.
No.
Correct.
I have 190.
161,403.
I have 199 for that. Where are you at?
Are you in the last, the
Yeah.
earlier memo,
What do you
Teresa?
got? What do you
Yeah,
got?
Do you know
that-
where you're at?
she's looking at the 195.
Yeah. So what am I supposed to be looking at?
She came in with a budget that was decreased because of the 66,000.
That and the moving of employee benefits,
Right.
retirement was
Right.
put over into that particular cost center.
I'm looking at the first line, not the second line. No wonder why I'm so off. Oh my God, I'm so
Okay,
dumb.
so you got another 30,000 in revenue,
Okay?
all right? That will help offset some of this.
Yeah, all right, but doesn't that number
What is
change
bottom
here
line
then?
now?
That one should change.
Yeah, when you add them all up, we're not done yet. All right.
I'm a lifesaver.
Thank you. Administration. How old are these town records we're restoring, Sue?
I believe the next set are up to the 1930s and 40s.
Yeah, that can wait. They waited 100 years. Another year won't kill them. All right, we'll take that 4,000.
That's already, yep.
Compensation training decrease, that's fine. Unless anybody has any objections, let me know. Wage and benefit updates, I'm okay with that. Animal control, where are we? Did you have a discussion with Casco?
I did,
And?
and I have no feedback. I told him what the, what the decision was, and Tony said he would get back to me. That hasn't happened. I mean, I communicated that right after your meeting, so it hasn't been a week yet, so. I have no information other than they have they have what we're willing to contribute.
Yeah, well, other than, I mean, so, and I understand I understand that, but if they have not agreed to that, we have, currently, we have an agreement, a signed agreement that says that we are on the hook for a third of that cost.
Correct, but I can't force them to make a decision faster.
No, but
Yeah.
the fact is, suppose
can't-
if he comes
yeah.
back and says no, then we're on the hook for that.
Right.
Because otherwise, you're putting in danger all the other interlocking agreements that you have with those.
Right.
Because if you're unilaterally changing it without their consent, you can't do that.
Right, but I don't know what else I can give you tonight. I mean, he doesn't have the
Well, I
authority
mean,
to
the
say
fact
yes.
is,
No, it's gotta go to their select
Yeah.
board.
Right,
So, the fact of the matter is, if they come back, if they come back and say no, then it's gonna come someplace else out of administration, because otherwise you're putting in jeopardy all your other interlocking agreements.
When is this contract up?
Isn't it July?
It's to be reviewed periodically. I think it was
It's just
signed
not-
back in 2018. It was,
right, it's just been ongoing, I
It's
think.
been
and-
5 years
Yeah.
and no discussion.
well, I think there's been discussions
Oh,
every
this is-
year when.
There's are you talking about the healthcare?
Yeah.
Discussion every year about that. That's brought up every year.
And they say no, and you say, okay? That how it works?
Well, essentially, we can't force them to change their healthcare program.
No, but
they
you
are-
don't have to sign the contract,
Well, then you don't have an ACO.
and you find one.
Well, you don't have it's more complicated than all of that, I guess.
Where's that truck from? The ACO truck?
Here.
We
Town of
purchased
Raymond,
it, but it's a three-way split on the capital cost, so we could buy out the other two shares. There'd be structural changes that would have to be made in order to have an ACO function if you just did that. We can do that, but it's not gonna be, less than the contribution for the healthcare.
So can I also ask about the wages too? I mean, I'm seeing that it's decreased as far as the insurance goes, but how does it go with the salary too? Coming in and saying that she wants $4 an increase.
20% increase in wages.
Yeah. No other.
And no one shook their head at that.
I did. That's no other employee of the town of Raymond gets a $4 increase. So, question is, what do we do?
There's nothing we can do because we have a contract.
Till
We have to keep it in until we get word, or take it from someone else if it doesn't go.
what was that last part, Lonnie?
We'll need to, we're gonna take it out assuming that they're going to go with what we want. Then, when they don't, then we're gonna have to pull it from somewhere else. We have to pay that. It's our word. Or that's the agreement that we make. We have to until they, I mean, yes, we can, it's probably a 30-day, read up on the contract if there isn't a written thing saying to stop. But other than that, it's, we have to go with it until we hear from them.
See, I thought it was always the same thing as far as the budget. It went until June 30th, and then July 1st it starts a new one.
I don't know.
So, all
I
right,
don't negotiate it.
okay.
It isn't really a negotiation at this point, and I guess it's going to be a negotiation next year. What we have is a partnership with them that's been ongoing to provide this service, and then there's, the issue of it's three people who have, a say in this thing. And so, my personal opinion was that we do it more incrementally, if you're talking about the salary. And, but it's a three-part, 3 towns.
So the other
And
towns
and
are
then
okay?
and then the part about the healthcare, both John and I have referenced the
We're gonna have a
healthcare.
town manager in Naples.
So both John, Holly, and I have referenced the healthcare issue, but it's the Casco healthcare program. And if we want to participate on the basis we have now, that's the program.
So, do we,
So if Casco says we're gonna pay her $40 an hour, Raymond and
Just-
Well, it
Nathan
isn't-
say
it isn't-
okay,
Well, no, we probably wouldn't say okay to $40 an hour, but.
but
you look at-
whatever
when you-
Casco
when you-
wants.
No, but when you look at,
It is kinda.
I mean, you've already decided, so just tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it.
I think you have to renegotiate this contract, but we can't take any savings until you do.
Correct.
And we can't even take that savings based on the new July 1st.
Right, we can't take anything.
I think just the whole deal needs to be pulled back together and renegotiated, saying, okay, this is what Raymond says we will pay you.
Yep.
For your hourly, and everything along with it, Don. So it needs to be a better bottom line than it is right now. And it looks like it has to go in Raymond's direction of at least $3,278 one way or another.
I think the thought of being able to just walk in here and tell us what another town has and what another town is giving and saying, here, you gotta pay it, I have a problem with that.
It isn't that. It's three towns working together and.
Not really, though.
Okay, just tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. You want me to negotiate with the other two towns and say, this is what we're gonna pay? I've done that already with the healthcare. I said, this is what we're gonna pay. I don't have an answer. If we wanna say, well, this is what we wanna pay for the wage, I'll communicate that and we'll get a response. And, he said he would get back to me with their answer.
Well, at this point, you can't, the other thing you can do is what's been presented, because that's what, our agreement says we're gonna pay a third of that fee. So until such time is renegotiated, then we can't take the savings on it.
Right.
Because otherwise, we're putting other things at risk at that point.
So this total bill for animal control for all three towns is the $112,237?
Yeah, what you need to do though, Teresa, is under professional services, is their assessment from the Refuge League of 5214, so I backed that out.
Okay.
Because we have our own assessment. I mean, it's close.
Yep.
Ours is 6487, based on our per capita.
Well, I guess we don't have a
You
say.
have to add whatever it is back in, so you're at 42, I don't know.
With
Somebody
the
did
animal
that.
control, we gotta put the 278 back in.
Yep.
It's really not good of us to go back to the other towns. Again, we should have had our stuff together the other day. We did the 3278, but we didn't really talk about anything else. Now we're gonna have another meeting and go back to them again. Maybe we're better off just to deal with the 3278 and the third match, and we'll leave that good for now, and then go from there for the future.
Problem is, you're gonna go over budget if you do that. If the other towns say, no, we don't agree, then you go over budget by 3278.
The 36,
Correct.
I mean, it's not a lot, but
No,
I think it's the,
I think you have to add it back in.
what did you get for a number?
42, 161. All right, insurance premiums. A reduction?
Yes, isn't that good?
Our mod changed that much?
It did.
Wow.
Almost, a day after our meeting or something, 2 days?
Yeah,
after
well, I
the
hadn't looked up what the new mod was.
Oh, you hadn't looked it
That
up,
was on
okay.
me from the time I built the budget initially,
Okay.
so.
That's a nice.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
What's that, Lonnie?
That's 30%, right? That's a lot of money. Great. That's
Yeah.
fantastic. That's a great improvement. You must have dropped off a really bad year.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. We just gotta
Right.
push forward and do our best to be involved in as many cases as we can, so we can alleviate the costs and keep those years down and at least get to one would be great.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I know. Great job with the
Yeah.
30.
No, that's a pleasant surprise right there. All right, so we did fire department, we did rescue billing. All right, what are we doing with Chamber of Commerce and RTP?
Move those
TIF.
TIF.
Move it to the TIF?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
And Raymond Rattlers?
that's being
There.
split between recreation and the TIF
Okay,
because of where the snowmobile trail goes.
all right. We added more revenue in.
So where are we at on the percentage?
We also increased the milfoil grant. We finally got word for
I
that.
see you got approved for that, right?
Yeah, so that added 24,871 in this year,
Oh, okay, yeah, so the 52 is for the 2 years.
correct.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
All right, so what does that put us at? Adding all that stuff back and new revenue and all that?
Can you give me a few minutes,
No.
please?
It's 10:07. I'm tired. It's been a long day.
You haven't had dinner, have you?
Nope, he's hangry. You want lifesavers down there, guys? Anybody want lifesavers? I got a bunch.
Sure, I'll take anything. Got any sauce to go with it?
Hot sauce?
And, oh, I'd love to have a lifesaver, Teresa.
Okay, ready?
Come on over.
We're gonna start throwing them at the screen. Open your mouth. Yeah.
I'm far away or I'd be there.
There was one more.
So this 1.67% increase in revenue, is that correct?
I didn't have the 30,000,
Okay,
30,000 from the library.
all right.
The town of Raymond, as far as the employees go, I know 3 of them. Are the other 3 maybe the fire department?
The what?
The full, never mind, do your adding,
There
sorry.
was 2 in the fire department, and unfortunately, we just learned that one of our full-timers is leaving for Freeport right now. So currently will have an opening.
In the fire department?
Yes, but we had 2 in the fire department that left, we had 1 in public works that retired, we had 2 in town hall that left for better jobs, and we had 1 in town office retire.
So you'll be looking for 3 full-timers now?
One to replace. He left for promotion, not because of anything else. He left to take the captain's position down there.
I'll wait to ask.
Will you be replacing him?
Numbers.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to replace him, yeah.
You got the memo on LD1, right?
Ships.
Yeah, you all know it's gonna be on the ballot.
Did I prove them?
I don't think we need any discussion on it.
You have to decide, I guess, whether it's an increase or an exceed, though, right?
July 1st. In Berkeley.
I think
And
Okay.
Joe, on LD1, Kurt told me in a text
What, he's gonna have a
that I should tell you that the current amended budget, the difference is now 300K instead of 500K.
It's probably smaller than that after we
Right.
added back some revenue and stuff, so.
Okay, so revenue changes to 18,761,860, an increase of 1.84%.
Okay.
If I plugged in all the correct changes to the departments, we're at 6.11. But I'm not sure what you decided to do about the fire department.
Okay, all right. Animal control, what do you have for animal control?
Adding back in 3278.
So the 42,161.
161, right.
Public Works is now at 933,056.
Hang on.
Yeah.
So,
I just want to make sure we're all in the same numbers. Recreation is now 163,004.
163,084.
Oh, 84, sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
can we go back? Public Works, 933,56.
Yep,
Yep.
Animal Control, 42,161.
yep.
And then library is 161,403.
Correct,
And recreation, 163,084.
correct.
Okay, so,
So we're at 6.11?
Yep. And CIP is 1,030,000.
1,030,000. CIP. All right, so we're 11 up on this one. So another question that I will be bringing up is, what do we want to do regarding the main purse for the rest of the employees?
Not- I mean, not this.
That's not in this.
Well, no, that's why I'm asking. I'm asking, is it a consideration for this year or wait another year and check it out again?
Wait
Wait.
another year.
Wait,
So we have an article, of course, the authorizing article, we have a standard article, and then we've amended that article, so it doesn't include those employees, and it does not include the fire chief, it does include the deputy chief and the members of the union at this point.
I'm sorry.
What was that?
Yeah, I didn't get that.
Is it an additional handout, sorry?
All right.
It just came
No,
through
thank you for
today.
these.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't realize they hadn't got that yet, okay. You have to have an authorizing warrant article to join.
Lonnie, I can email it to you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have,
Yes,
If I get the right computer, I've got 2 of them going.
it's not.
so we're gonna have in the same article then, the, wait a second. This is the bond one, correct?
You got the bond article as well. You got the main PERS, and then you also have to have an article, and that's just a sample. I mean, it's gonna have to be fine-tuned, but it's the bond, for the public works facility and the recreation tennis courts.
So where's the main PERS one then?
It's on the
So you
front.
should have it soon.
But is it in the same article with,
No, they're separate.
separate
They're
article.
Just separate warrant articles?
separate warrant articles, yeah.
well, I
And
figured,
those aren't included in the warrant I put in your packet. I didn't realize that the union contract was already including the main PERS, so I didn't include that article.
Subject
And
to,
that's one thing that, if the town does vote that article down, it is required, if you're going to go with main PERS, to be a warrant article. If the town votes it down, you'll have to go back to the union contract, I would assume, and say it's not there.
it is,
It's written in the
It's already in the
union
contract.
contract.
that it's contingent on
The
approval.
Right,
Yes.
it's contingent. and-
Yeah, it would have to be contingent upon.
It is.
It is.
so what
So
are,
you're gonna remove C, I assume, right?
Remove what?
C?
to allow it
That is basically a section of it to allow them to purchase prior service at their own expense.
So this is only for the fire department.
Right.
Only for the fire department, not for the chief.
And I guess I have to, why wouldn't we
Why
add
wouldn't
the
it-
chief in there?
I mean, you want that, I would think, you would want that as an option, because, so, maybe
retires.
this chief doesn't, but a new chief comes in, he's not gonna be allowed to go in.
We are reacting to the last meeting. And
The last meeting, the question was he going to join it, and the
We
answer
were
was
told
no.
yes.
It didn't say we were excluding him from it, it just said that, so really the question becomes, if you're doing this and you're setting this in perpetuity, if you do that, then the chief position is excluded in perpetuity,
Right.
which is not what your intent is.
Correct.
The intent was that he's not, the question was, if it's offered, is he gonna take it? And the answer was no. So that was the question, not the statement that we want to exclude that position from being able to join that at a,
Okay, so if we reword that warrant article to include the fire chief, then we're going to need to add about $10,000 to your employee benefit retirement budget. Because I did not factor that in.
but if he's already said he's not,
No.
then,
No, I heard at the last meeting that he was gonna take it. Lee did say that he was. They both were gonna take it. But I also have to say too, is I honestly thought it was just for the union members. I did not realize that the chief and the assistant chief were also available to get it. I thought it was just union, because that's, I think, because we were discussing it
Goes in-
for the full-time union members.
Yeah, there's no way you want to exclude the chief.
Okay. So we need to add about $10,000 to your retirement budget to be, to fund that position. To be able to participate, because I didn't.
And if he chooses to participate, you'll use the money. If he doesn't, it goes to fund balance, and you have it there for a future chief.
Yep.
Can I ask a question on A? Why wouldn't we take out including the deputy fire chief and just say all full-time regular firefighters EMS who work at least 2008? That way, if in the future you ever add an assistant chief, another deputy chief, anybody else, they're included because they're all full-time, they're all firefighters or EMS. Why single out the deputy chief and the chief?
Because they're administrative staff. That was the only reason why.
And that was an article you got from Maine PERS, right?
Yes.
So, but it is a good question. What if you have other subclassifications, like lieutenants or captains or whatever?
It says full-time firefighters.
Right.
Yeah.
Aren't they covered? Just because they
That's
have a
what
title.
I would say they would be covered.
Right. Just
It's a
'cause they have
sampling.
title doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's a sample. It's not.
So
Right.
take it out?
Well, I think
No,
you
you
just
have,
add
it
the
has to be
chief.
reworded, because you still have to have have the authorizing for people to be in it.
Right.
If you don't name anybody, then no one can be in it.
I think
Well,
it's the
keep it
same.
as regular
Full-time
full-time
firefighters,
firefighters
emergency.
and workers. Just take out including the deputy
Yeah.
fire chief.
Right, just take out that one little line and
That
then
one
you're
line.
good.
Those who work at least 2,800,
1,080
Hours per
hours
year.
a year. I mean,
A week.
yeah.
A week, yeah.
A week.
I know it feels that way sometimes, Bruce, but that's,
But but you might want to say 2,080 hours including vacation time or whatever you call it, because it's not just work time, because then nobody would qualify. Hey, that's a good way of doing it, then we don't have to pay anything.
including vacation and sick leave?
Yeah. I don't think you have anybody who works 52 weeks a year, right? People, most take vacation,
Mm-hmm.
right? All right, adding in 10,000, where does that put us, Sharice?
Okay.
goes into, ends up in where?
And then,
6.27% increase.
We're right back up to where,
no, we were well over 8.
no, I mean,
Right.
even when it came down before the first try.
How much will we have to remove then to get to 6?
So. About $18,000.
Can you guys find 18,000? Or do you want us to do it?
Take it out of, take it out of CIP. CIP doesn't necessarily have, isn't fully
Right.
committed,
I like that, yeah.
right? Because CIP is a forward planning budget.
Yep. Which line in CIP?
391, 280, 374,
Doesn't matter, you're
383.
you're funding the CIP, so, I mean, how you, which line you're gonna say, I don't know.
Right.
16,897. sorry, I was off. 16,897, 17,000.
Okay.
Tell you where you take it out of. Take it out of the accrual for the reval.
That's what I was thinking. Make the reval line
Take it out of the reval.
80,000.
Because then we'll just have to fund that going forward anyway,
Right.
so.
So the idea would be to commence the reval with the accumulative funds, and then in the, you know, we're gonna have progress payments like we will, you know,
Yeah.
with our comp
Well-
plan, and make the payment in a subsequent year?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying,
Yeah.
yeah? That
How
work?
much we have what? So.
Because
when
we've
you-
got two, we've
you
got 200, we've got 200 accrued
And
right
then you
now.
put another 80, you got 280, the reval's gonna be, who
It's gonna
knows,
take
400,
two-
500?
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be 500,
But
Hope
400,
probably.
so we'll figure that out when we get to it.
Okay.
But it's
Because that's probably 2 years away.
Right, it is, I would say
Right.
exactly 2 years away. We were
So-
talking about that today.
Yeah, so
So you're at 5.95%.
there you go. We hit the target.
So we're keeping what is in here for the fire department as is. The 1246314.
Well, what they gave up for,
Right, but that is the number I'm taking it as, right there.
yeah, the 126,314, is that right?
1246314.
One,
I don't have a copy of that.
Yeah, 126.
1246,
314.
All right. Everybody comfortable starting to vote on the warrants now?
Yep.
Are they gonna review?
Do we want to do the warrants, or do you want to talk about that bond thing first?
Well, since we're gonna be doing budget, we might as well talk about the bond.
Copy of the fire department proposal.
So we're looking at probably a $4 million bond,
Yeah.
15 years,
I think we were talking 20 years.
20.
Yes.
Just watch Teresa's head. She's like, of everybody.
20 years, 4 million. Paying what, 300,000 a year?
200 plus interest. Yeah.
God, my papers are so.
In our, I mean, I guess it'd be good to see, well, what would it be at 15 years instead of 20 years?
I don't know as I have that number from Richard Rannigan.
Yeah.
I did for 20.
The other thing I'm thinking is we've got 2 bonds expiring by
Right.
the time this is gonna kick in, so.
Right. How much are you having debt service payments right now, over the next 2 years?
570,000.
Fi-
Principal, 570,000.
But what are your payments?
Oh, 200,000 on one and 85,000 on the other.
So it'll be the same payment
Yep.
going forward. Why wouldn't you do it for 15 years?
I don't know.
I mean,
They go as long as 30, but
I know, but
think,
we're not
uh,
a town that likes debt.
yeah, no, I
We
get
like
it.
to pay it off quickly.
The only requirement is that those projects need to meet a 20-year threshold as far as life
Life ex-
expectancy.
Right,
Right.
yeah,
And I
You
think
know,
that's why
15,
we,
then they only have to meet a 15 year.
right. So we're talking $1 million for rec and $3 million for public works,
Oh, guys?
is that right?
Roughly, yep.
Yes.
Is $3 million enough?
I think so. Harrison's doing a building bigger than what I'm looking at for they're all in at 3.7, and he's got over $1 million in groundwork. The plans from the Gloucester they're around 3. We need to back out a lot of the ground. They had a lot of excavating costs in that too. I think 3 is plenty. If we have to shorten the building up, we'll shorten it up.
No, you don't want to shortchange yourself.
Well, I don't think the two
You're
buildings.
planning for the future here. The other reason we're taking the bond out is for the future.
I think that 150-foot long buildings, probably 50 feet longer than I need. And I think a 100-foot building will fit our needs very well. The buildings that we're looking at, they don't have the storage that we have for the old sand salt building. So we're looking at maintenance bays, a wash bay, office area, and a lunchroom. So that kind of does scrunch us down a little bit more. But if you want to go 3.5, let's go 3.5.
I mean, what would 500 add to the debt service? Sharice, you know?
I'm sorry.
Rough order of magnitude, what would 500,000 add, or 500,000 more add to the debt service? So if you went 4 or 5 instead of 4.
Yeah, I didn't get that number either, and you want to split it out over 15 years.
Yeah, so you
I would go
check it
higher,
15 and 20.
just
you know,
because you
see.
don't know what the costs are gonna be and the
That's why I
anticipated
think
costs.
3.5.
Check both 15 years and 20 years
Let's not
at
cut themselves short.
4.5 million.
At 4.5.
Okay.
So if we did 3.5 for you,
3.5 would more than cover it.
and then 1 for him,
Joe, you need $1 million for these courts?
no, not just for that.
So,
Give
no,
it up
not
here,
$1 million
Joe.
for the courts, they were getting snugged here.
Part of that was the-
No, it'd be $490 for the pickleball tennis courts, that's
With
the
lights.
option. And then the
With
other
lights,
remaining-
right?
With-
Yes.
lights.
Correct, with lights. Without lights, it's about $275. And then we're looking at the Tasseltop Park sewer, septic, snack
we've
shack
got-
building.
Yeah, that would be the snack shack building, but we've got money for the sewer.
You got money for the sewer
Right.
under our.
Yes,
on the
with the
ARPA fund,
ARPA,
correct.
yes.
So if you build this snack shack and everybody eats hamburgers every day over the summer,
Yep.
pays for the debt service?
No,
There you go, yes.
it's a lot of hamburgers, that's a lot of flipping hamburgers.
Nathan will help us.
Yeah, I'll help. No worries. We'll raise some cattle, we'll make our own beef. No problem.
All right, so we're looking at a $4.5 million bond for 15 years.
Okay, I'll get your revised numbers.
Okay.
Can we,
Is everybody okay with that? I mean, Lonnie, 4.5?
Yes, I think it's long overdue.
yeah,
I think they're only gonna be as good as the supplies, the equipment, the people, the same, and it's needed. What's the figure? I don't know, but, I think what you guys are talking about, and it makes sense, and it makes sense to go to the 3.5, because he's questioning, you don't know what you're gonna run into in the ground when you start to dig. You don't know what a year from now it's just, there's a lot of unknowns in our world, so we're better off with 4.5 and 4. So yes, I think both items are important to the town, and
I mean, we're spending a lot of money on equipment now,
Correct.
and you want to store it where it's gonna be cleaned every night
Right.
and not rust and, you know.
I'm worried about the mechanic climbing over the truck to be
Right.
able to fix
Or
it.
working outside in the middle
Yeah,
of winter,
no.
makes no sense.
No,
It's not working out really well.
Right,
no, no.
so are these gonna be 2 separate bonds? One for the.
No, one bond,
One bond.
All in one?
one bond.
All right,
Mr. Chair,
yes?
next Tuesday, the Budget Finance Committee is meeting to go over their recommendations for the budget.
Yeah,
That doesn't leave a lot of time to figure out if you want to go with a 15 or a 20-year
no,
bond.
we're going with 15,
And a 4.5.
Thank you, that'll make it easier.
okay?
So we
At
can,
4.5.
and we can change his number here on the
Yeah.
draft article.
All right, so let's start going over the articles.
All right. With
All right,
adding-
do you want us to vote separately on every article?
Unless you want to do a bunch as a group.
I do one.
And it'll have to be with a caveat that the figures you're voting on are the ones that Sharice has updated to her spreadsheet, because I obviously can't update the warrant until she updates
Right.
all of her numbers.
So we're counting on Sharice to put the right numbers in the articles.
Between Sue and I, yes.
Oh, yes, I put them in and we proof it. We
Oh,
make sure
all
they're
right.
right, honest we do.
So,
With Article 3, that has nothing, well, it doesn't have nothing to do with the budget, but the state has said we can have up to 8%, so I put 8% in
Yep.
there.
Yep,
But
that's
it's at
fine.
your pleasure.
so does that mean we have to do these separately?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are a lot of.
Some of them you
bunch
really
anyway.
should, and I think this is one because it's not something you've discussed so far.
All right, Article 1. Have a motion?
Motion to
No,
approve.
you mean
Article 3 is where you would begin,
Article
sir.
3 is what you start with.
Oh, okay. So 1 and 2 we don't need to talk about. All right, Article
No.
3.
Motion to recommend Article 3.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor? I'm gonna go quickly. If you need to say something on the article, jump in.
Got it.
Okay, Article 4.
Hold this one. This is the one that we have to change numbers, I believe. Correct?
Which
Yes.
one is it?
Article 4.
Yeah, but we
Well-
said that Sharice and Sue are gonna change the numbers to match what we vote, what we
Motion to
talked about.
recommend
tonight.
Article 4.
You'll love our numbers when we're done, honest.
I'm
Motion
sure.
to
we-
recommend Article 4.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Passes. Article 5.
Motion to recommend Article 5.
Second?
All in favor? Article 5 passes. Article 6.
Motion to recommend Article 6.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Article 7.
Motion
I'd like to
recommend
talk about Article 7 for just a
7.
second.
Okay.
That article has to do with the disposal of town-owned personal property. I had a discussion with Rolf today, and I'm in agreement with his suggestion. This may require some redrafting, but the amount of money that we're able to dispose of, property that has a value of $35,000 is increasingly becoming a pretty small number, which hamstrings us sometimes in being able to dispose of equipment and what we're trying to do, as you've noticed, we've improved the fleets, both fleets substantially. We're trying to run the smaller trucks, for no more than, let's say, 6 or 7 years, somewhere in that range, and the bigger ones maybe something like 15. And what we've been able to do, I think I gave an example via email, where we were able to sell a truck that was about 7 years old for $33,000, just coming under the limit. And I think the original purchase, plow gear and all, was in the low 40s somewhere. That was just one example, but a better example would be that bumped up against the limit. One that went over was the Vermont trucks that we bought, all equipped. In order to sell them, we had to sell them in truck, plow separate, because they had a value above that $35,000. And
What
so
number you want?
I'd like $75,000 for equipment and vehicles.
And then, but we had a different figure for land, right?
Right. Not real property.
Okay.
For real property, you can stick with the 35. We
Yeah.
don't, I mean, you can have whatever number you want there, because real property is gonna be the Board of Selectmen.
So what do we do?
70, motion for 75,000.
Motion to recommend
Article 8.
75,000
Article 7,
for Article 7.
75,000.
5,000.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor? Okay, Article 8.
Motion to recommend Article 8.
Second.
All in favor? Article 8 passes. Article 9.
Motion to recommend Article 9.
Second?
All in favor? Article 9 passes. Article 10.
Motion to recommend Article 10.
Second.
All in favor? Article 10 passes.
Article 11 will require some discussion, sir. Because there is no dollar figure there.
We don't have a number, do
That's
we?
gonna have to be determined at the final meeting, I think, and
So hopefully in 2 weeks,
Okay.
Hopefully.
we will have a number.
right.
How many more attorney's bills have we gotten?
A bunch came in today.
None since we talked to you last, as far as I
No.
know.
He just
I'm
said
I'm
a
talking
bunch
about,
came
I'm
in
talking
today.
about you're talking about
Yeah.
the case we talked about.
Right.
I don't believe we got any in that.
Not in regards to the case.
No.
But I got 3 legal bills today to put
But
it.
those were Bernstein.
Right.
But
right.
still.
One was Bernstein. One was Pierce Hatwood.
Okay, I didn't see that
One
one
was
yet.
Bernstein.
That was the one for
was-
15, which we already factored into the
Okay, well,
amount.
that one we have seen. You said today, just Bernstein today is what I saw.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
So in 2 weeks, we'll not vote on this tonight, but we will in 2 weeks, when we
Okay.
know if we have any money.
How's budget?
So it will need to go in the, on the ballot and in the warrant as only a select board approval unless the Budget Finance Committee wants to try and meet on August 12th to recommend it.
Why can't
Or
they,
not recommend
why
it.
can't they just do a joint meeting with us on the 11th?
They could,
That makes more
but that would
sense.
be up to, I think I see Bob there in the,
Yeah,
in the
that's Bob.
audience,
He's
so I don't
waving.
know what Bob's thoughts are.
On the 11th?
willing to meet together with you guys.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because we
so
don't know.
I'll set that up, Bob.
All right.
Well, they're voting on Tuesday, and are they gonna have all these numbers for Tuesday to
Yes,
do their thing?
yes.
Uh-huh.
The only one they won't have is Article 11.
All right, so we can't really vote then on Article 11.
Right.
All right.
All right, Article 12.
Article 12.
Motion to approve Article 12?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Yep.
Article 13,
Move Article 13 to approve.
Second.
all in favor? Article 13 passes. Article 14,
Motion to approve Article 14?
Second.
all in favor? So this is the debt payment, which 2 of these will be retiring, the 2. So you'll have 295,000 that you can pay on the new bond if that passes. Yeah, okay. All right, Article 15,
Move Article 15.
Second?
all in favor? Okay, move to Article 16.
Motion to approve Article 16.
Second?
Yeah, that reval reserve is gonna go down to 80 on that article,
Yeah.
so. All right, all in favor?
Unanimous.
Okay. Article 17,
Motion to approve Article 17?
Second.
all in favor? Unanimous. Article 18,
Motion to approve Article 18?
Second.
all in favor? This is Rolf's favorite article.
One thing on that, though, I think there needs to be someplace
An
better,
explanation.
better explanation, because the bill is really not 974 for next year. It's 970, it's whatever the figure is, plus the carry forward.
Yeah,
for
minus
the-
200,000. So Sue, on that Article 18, an explanation that the county is going to a calendar year budget, and we are catching up in 5-year increment. So if you could explain, break out what that 5-year payment is.
So it's
Fiscal.
80,574 on the transitional budget,
Yeah,
and then 893,751 on the regular calendar year budget.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you want that in the warrant article itself? That's
Yes.
the only thing that shows on the ballot. Any kind of explanation does not.
It
So
probably.
do you want me to, you want me to add that wording to the warrant article?
I would, yes.
Yeah, it's an explanation. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
All right, Article 19.
What is this one? What is that $1,000 for?
That's the fund
That's the bus.
that Don works with.
Oh, that's right, that's Dawn.
Because
Yeah,
we
you're
moved the
right.
other, we moved the
We
others.
moved 1,000.
We
The
moved the
TIF,
others
the
to
TIF,
TIF, so
yeah.
that's the fund, that's the fund he has to work, to give to other agencies.
We moved 2,000 to the TIF,
One was
the
for,
bus, and
And
Sebago Lake Chamber was the
the
other.
Chamber of
Chamber of
Commerce.
Commerce.
okay, but we usually give him 2,000 to give out.
Right, so now it's 1,000 because the chamber's in the TIF.
So
Right,
you only have 1,000 to.
yep,
Yep.
that's
That's
all.
it.
Motion to recommend Article 19.
second,
All in favor? Unanimous?
Motion to recommend Article 20.
Okay. All in favor? Unanimous?
Motion to recommend Article 21.
Second?
All in favor?
Motion
Unanimous?
to recommend Article 22.
Second?
All in favor? Article 23,
This is LD1.
yeah,
and we don't know,
which,
yeah, we
Yeah.
don't know what that figure is yet until,
until the final budget
Yeah.
is all added up.
so Kurt's gonna have to run that number for us.
Yeah, but we got the memo from Kurt, he just needs to substitute the number.
Yes,
Okay,
All right.
I'll get
so
that from Kurt tomorrow.
all right.
Motion to recommend Article 24.
No, I'm not sure, this is,
23.
Still says,
He's-
oh,
24, that,
Oh,
we're not gonna do
I'm
any-
sorry.
We don't need 24.
why we still have to recommend.
Those, we do need to ultimately, but we can't, have they had their hearings and stuff on those?
On the zone, on
On the
the
zone?
shoreland zoning change.
Alex is here, he can tell us where we're at on that.
Alex, where are we on these warrant articles?
Land use,
They have been approved by the planning board is where they are. Now, Alex is probably getting on too, but
Yeah, he is. Alex?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
there he is.
No babies
Things
crying
been
in the
approved.
background.
I got him in my arms, so you might hear a cry. I can't promise anything. Yeah, the update from the planning board would be everything that's presented here has gone through public hearings and is basically ready to go.
Alex, turn your picture on. We want to see the baby.
It's going to be scary, just letting you know.
What are you wearing, Alex?
Oh my gosh. Oh. So cute. Congratulations. Oh.
He's pretty chill.
Yeah, motion to approve the baby.
Motion to approve the baby.
Thanks, Alex.
All right.
Yeah, no problem.
Motion to approve Article 24, or recommend Article 24?
23 is gonna
All right,
be.
wait a minute.
No,
wait a
23, we
minute.
have to wait
Okay,
for the
wait a
number.
minute.
23.
Before we do that, Sue, you have
Oh my gosh.
an
The
error.
recommendations I'll fix.
Yeah, you need to fix that in the recommendations, what article they're recommending, because they don't.
Yeah,
Yes.
don't
it
match.
says Article 25.
Well, and most of these, or a bunch of these are gonna change, and all of the ordinances are going to change with the numbering, because we're going to add the main PERS article and the, bond article.
Okay,
So the article numbers are all changing. You're really agreeing to the verbiage in them. And I have run all of these articles by Phil, and he gave me the green light today.
Okay. So do I have a second? on the
second,
motion? All in favor? Lonnie, you there? All right.
Motion to recommend Article 25?
Why?
Second.
Language.
All in favor?
Wait, how much does that cost?
Motion to recommend Article 26? This is crazy.
second,
All in favor?
Motion to recommend Article 27?
second,
All in favor? Unanimous.
Motion to recommend Article 28?
Second.
All in favor?
Motion to approve Article 29.
We haven't voted, oh,
Yeah, we did.
yeah, we did,
Yeah, we did.
Article
Good.
29.
Yep.
I need a second.
second,
All in favor? Unanimous.
motion to recommend Article 30.
second.
All in favor? Unanimous. All right. We got through that. Wow.
good time too.
So we're gonna throw in the main PERS one, we gotta
All
throw
right.
in the other one.
We are now on public comment. Anybody from the public want to comment?
You know I would. Dennis Morris, 340 Cape, on the Budget Committee also. Just for the record, I was the first one to get up and vote or speak on behalf of the Sand Salt Shed Public Works, so I'm not anti-Public Works. What I'm anti is the process we just used when we spent 2 years, 2 study committees, a need assessment, a cost analysis, and a really down and detailed understanding of what we were asking for. At none of the agendas was there anything mentioned about this $1.5 million garage. Not on Public Works presentation, not anywhere until the last meeting when you brought it up, Joe, and said, what's going on, Nathan, with this building? First time I heard of it. I don't know what changed between Town Hall's evaluation when they had 2 studies, Public Safety with 2 studies, to make sure we were getting the best bang for the dollar. No doubt he needs something, there's no doubt about it. I know a lot of that is down-filled. I know an engineer walked down around with him. I didn't see a report. Maybe the engineer said it didn't have to be dug up, it's a lot of backfill. I also know $250 a square foot from being in construction pretty much my whole adult life. Right now, isn't cutting much. There's also things that's gonna come up like the oil collection, the drain tiles, all that sort of thing. I'm all in favor of putting $70,000 or $80,000 in to do an assessment, to get some people in here to decide whether or not there's other options. Certainly, there's got to be something else to do besides. $1.5 million when we just went through $11,000 of sand that we couldn't spare. Something's wrong here. I mean, 1.5 million?
3.5.
I mean, 3.5, I'm sorry. So that's a real concern of mine. And I wouldn't, and for transparency, I think the citizens, as well as everyone out here, would want to know why none of that stuff was done this time. Why it was never addressed on his formal presentation if it was this big of an emergency. I'm missing something here that you guys know that I don't, that would cause this to go from nothing on a presentation to you asking about this building. Got to be something here. Why we wouldn't want to study to figure out what $3.5 million is going to be used for. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We just spent an hour and a half going through this budget in a very small way. I'm not even sure that you can get a structural engineer to review these plans that he may or may not have given to him. But there's nothing, no plan. Am I missing something? Is there a plan that's been presented that I missed?
Nathan?
First of all, I do have plans on this. I figured I'd ask for the money before I wasted $90,000 on engineering and assessment needs and find out if the town even needed it or wanted it. I also presented it last year, and I presented it at my first meeting that we were looking into this. And the 3.5 million that we just got approved for tonight to go forward with is a starting point for the building. I wouldn't want to spend $100,000 of the taxpayers' money and come to the selectmen and have them say no. So I've just kind of reversed it, and we're gonna start the process. But it was presented last year during my presentation, and it was presented on my first presentation this year. Just the concept of doing it.
Concept.
And that's just all what we've done right now, is we've approved the concept.
And we heard about the trucks being too big for this fire station, and they can't work on the trucks indoors. They gotta go outdoors and work on them.
This has been going on for
A while.
15, 20 years.
He keeps dropping it out there to let us know that it is coming. We are coming with this.
It's not on the agenda.
Would-
Not one agenda.
It was on my presentation.
Yeah.
You talked about a building,
Yes,
$3.5 million building.
I asked about a building. I didn't have a number on it.
You did, you ran a concept, I'd like a building.
He has plans. We have plans.
I've borrowed plans from, I've got Gloucester's plans and I've got Harrison's plans that we're gonna look at and see an assessment need off from that. Is this gonna fit? Will this work? We've already done soil samples down there. We did the sand salt building. When we did the sand salt building, we knew where we were gonna put the building.
Right.
So we've already done all of that. The septic system's already in down there, so we know where the building's gonna go.
Nathan, you know I support you on this stuff. I'm just saying the process is so convoluted. Anything I've seen in 25 years that I've been here and
I don't
active.
think it is, Dennis. I just reversed it.
What
I
study
went-
did you do?
I asked for the money, and now we're gonna go into the study. If the study fails, then we don't spend the money.
I didn't see it on any of the budget lines when you recommended anything. I went
It
through the
wasn't
whole
a
thing for the last
recommendation,
2
it was a
days.
discussion when we got up to do my presentation. I did my presentation. At the end of the presentation, we talked about the Public Works garage, and here we are.
I just don't think it's an emergency if it
It's
wasn't
not
on.
an emergency. I never said it was.
Great.
I do. I do, especially when we've got an employee that may get hurt, and then we've got a workers' comp thing, and he has been bringing it up a lot, saying, just a heads up, I'm gonna be needing a garage, and it's been in conversations too.
It has.
And my fear is, again, something's gonna happen because the garage is too small.
Just explain to me why you're opposed to a study, a needs assessment, and a cost analysis. I'm asking them.
Well, we haven't got that far yet.
They're the ones who just voted it in.
Well, they voted
Yeah.
it.
We need a garage. There's no doubt. We're buying all this new equipment, $400,000 a piece, and we're parking them out in the parking lot outside.
With the
That
mechanic
makes no
working on it
sense.
outside.
I'm just saying that it seems to me that there was little to no details. Again, maybe Nathan has drawings. No one on the budget committee's seen it that I know of. I've never seen the presentation on the drawings. I'm just saying
We
it's,
haven't got that far, though.
right, well, we just voted in 3.5.
But it hasn't been voted.
That's gotta go to the town. The town has to vote for it.
Okay.
And we're two years out.
Can we at least agree that this has never happened? This isn't an emergency situation. It's not an emergency situation.
Well, I think the longer you wait, the further we're gonna have equipment sitting out in that parking lot.
This equipment does every storm,
And a
all
mechanic is
weather.
working
Right.
outside in it too.
Right, and it also needs a lot of repairs, and it needs to be cleaned up after every storm. And we're having people outside in 10 below zero weather trying to hose off trucks.
Joe, have you ever seen this go through anything, mine was a $950,000 building that took 2 years in many, many studies. I'm just asking you personally, have you ever seen anything go through so quickly on a 5-minute presentation at the last meeting? And I know you said you brought it up, I'm not opposed, I'm not saying you didn't. I saw nothing in the
Last year
budget.
and year. But we didn't have anything to bring, Dennis. I would have to spend.
That's
just to
why you
get-
do a study, that's why you do this
Well, we
cost
gotta spend the
analysis.
money to do that, and I don't have the authority to spend that money on that.
We'll put it in CIP.
We just did. We're gonna start it now.
I'm saying I would change the recommendation to something like a $50,000 or $60,000 recommendation
And that's
to
gonna add
look at the
another,
needs.
another year, so we'll be 3 years out, it's gonna add to the expense. I'm trying to do this on
3
a,
years out, you were talking about doing it for next spring.
we're gonna be, well, we've discussed that, and it's gonna be 2 years. I would hope that it'd be next spring, but it won't be. You're gonna be a year anyway. At the bare minimum, you're gonna be a year before you break ground, if you can get anybody to do it.
That's my opinion. I just wanted some transparency, and I want to know why you didn't do at least a basic study and then cost analysis. The trucks are getting wet, I guess.
Anybody else from the public? Okay, selectmen comment? I just want to thank everyone for stepping up and getting the budget to where it is. Still higher than what I would normally like, but in these times of expanding inflation and more needs as the town grows, you know, I think Raymond actually did a pretty good job of, I don't want to say, you know, a cliche word, it's a responsible budget and all that, but it meets the needs without going crazy, is kind of what I think.
Good leadership.
So, and thanks to Don and his staff for putting in the hours and the work. Any other comment?
Move to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor? All right. Thank you all.
Hey, Bruce?
Yeah.
Of the committee, Kathy Goslin, joining us, and a couple of folks, well, at least one might be able to join us in a little bit if another meeting that they're at gets out in time. If not, we'll go ahead with getting started. And the first order of business is approval of our previous meeting minutes, which was back in October. In some ways, it feels like yesterday, and obviously it wasn't. So is there a motion? I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Sue. And any discussion, any questions on the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor of adopting the minutes of October 13th, 2022? And we have adopted those minutes. Thank you. It was unanimous. And so on to new business. New business, which is really continuing business, I guess, as well.
So an update on where we are with the recycling and compost bins. We did have interest from community members that we gathered a while ago in purchasing new bins. We call them bins, but they might be called better totes. And so for that, I am going to turn to Nathan White, Public Works Director, who is here to tell us where we are with this.
I sent out an email back in January. The only company that would give me a quote on them was only, I reached out to 3 and I got a quote from 1. Minimum order of 180, and that was for 65-gallon toters, and they were $52 a piece plus shipping. That would give it for just for the 180. That's $9,360
Plus shipping.
plus shipping.
Right.
And that was a 30-day quote. I haven't seen a lot of this stuff changing a lot, so it may go up. It could actually go down a little bit. I wouldn't hold my breath on that, but
Okay. And although it's been a while, at last count, we did not yet have 180 people that expressed interest. I don't know if there's any update on the number of people that were interested in purchasing the recycling.
I can go and look real quick.
Great, thank you. And
Sue,
Sue Look is here as well. I should have also mentioned that she's
So from
here.
your last notes that you sent to me, we had 106 people that asked for recycled bins, and you've added 11 since that meeting as of January 9th. And then 68 people have asked for compost bins.
How many?
That's what you sent out
oh,
last
yes.
week.
Okay.
106 plus 11, so that's 117 recycle bins.
Oh, okay. That's from the
Perfect.
that's from the website, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. People are going on and using that, because we only had like 53 from the sheets. Good.
Well, that's short of the 180, so the question would be if we can go ahead and get the 180, get a commitment. We needed a deposit from people from the 117, right? We were going to ask for that, so we'd need to communicate, if I'm remembering correctly, so step in if I'm not. Communicate to those 117 that we will get these ordered. Here's what we need from you for a deposit. And set a time frame for that, and then get the 180 ordered and hope that we can then get the others sold as well. Is it okay to go that far? I would think we could.
I think we've got to determine the money down. I would say $20, that's about a third, a little less, but that's enough so people, I don't know, Nate, what do you think?
yeah, that'd probably be fine.
Nate and I had talked earlier today that if we set a time frame and we don't get enough interest, I mean, we've got to get at least 100.
Yeah.
Yep.
If we're not going to get that, and I'm just throwing out a number, then I think it gets canceled and then we return the money, which we don't want to have to do because that's a paperwork nightmare.
So how would people give that deposit?
They'd
What
have
would
to
be
do
it?
it at the town
Yeah,
office.
that'd have to be all done at the town office.
Right, but would it have to be a check, cash,
In-
credit card?
We do any.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
I'm just,
Check, cash, or credit card.
I'm just thinking in terms of if that should have to be returned, is it okay? Okay,
Okay.
So my only concern, I would want to check with Dawn on this. That's going to leave me with at 80 units, or that's going to be around $4,000. Do you think we can sell them? You think we can push them?
I think if we all put ours out on the roadside and put a big sign like this is how you get one. I'm joking a little bit, but I think once people start seeing more of them, that hopefully that would, I don't know, it is sticking our necks out or the town's neck out a little bit, and I don't know if that's okay to do.
I don't think people
Well-
notice them that much on the roads, because there's a lot of blue totes out there, you know.
Yeah.
That'll be similar.
Well, actually, we're going to have a balance of 62. Yeah, it's $3,300. That's not bad.
That is if
Yeah, that's-
everybody,
Yeah.
Nate, do you think you could talk to other public works directors only if we have a surplus and say, hey, Any interest in selling them?
I would have to check around. Nobody in the group that I deal with is doing automated pickup yet. Wyndham's looking at it, but I think they're going to price themselves out. I can check around more than that.
I just think, look at an avenue, if we get stuck with 60 of them and they're not moving, 60 or whatever, do we have other avenues?
Okay. Do you guys have a color in mind?
We had said blue last we talked about it, to stick with what's typical for recycling. Yep. My other question, though, to you, Nathan, is the capacity to store these while they need to be.
We've got room.
We've got room. Okay.
room.
Okay.
Good.
And I think on all our literature, it needs to be on a first come, first served basis. Once we've sold them, we're not going to order another 180 and.
Right.
Yeah,
Well-
we can sell them at the next election. What, June? Yeah, June. Don't we have an
Well,
election
that's
in
true.
June?
Yep.
Yeah, we'll sell them there. And in November, we'll get rid of them.
I think part
Well,
of,
if we have a November this year, or next.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
this
We
year, yeah.
probably won't. Oh, yeah, right.
This is an off year.
Yeah. So we have June. We can,
there's going to be a couple of referendum questions, I think, for
There
November.
there usually is.
Yeah.
but
yeah.
Yeah. But I think
I can be hopeful.
You could be hopeful, just.
I think part of the, I mean, not that this is a lack of interest by any stretch, but having one there displayed was, would be helpful too. So hopefully in June, that would take care of any extra, as long as there was space to store and this is all doable. Then it's a question of contacting people, and I think, Sue, you had volunteered about emailing people. Are you still okay
Yeah.
with doing that? I
Yeah.
mean, Sue Accardi was.
Yes, I can,
help with that.
yes, I can do that. And so I'll need to get the rest of the list from you, Sue.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
And we'll have to have specifics. Any idea on shipping and handling?
He wouldn't even quote it, and that's not the only area that we've had that problem. I can't get pricing on shipping until it leaves the dock. I would guess you're probably looking at $300 or $400.
Yeah,
Yes.
usually, like, if I'd done a school budget, I would just say 10% if the
Yeah,
company
it's
didn't.
been
specify.
10-15% on some stuff, and it's been less on others. So I wouldn't be. The shipping doesn't scare me too much.
So do we charge $55 each? That's $3.
Can I get back to you on that?
Yeah,
Let me get back to you on that. I'll make a couple phone calls and see if I can narrow down a little bit.
because we need to include that in the price.
Well, I mean, if for some reason you can't get the specific, I mean, it could be, come give us your deposit, $20, and know that the balance of $32 plus shipping and handling estimated to
Thank-
be
Yep.
up to $5 or so. I mean, maybe not even say up to. So people know, I don't.
I'll give him a call and see if he can narrow it down a little bit better for me.
So, question of time frame then, when to get the deposits in by? Would be dependent upon how quickly, not that there's a huge rush, I mean, it's February, we last met in October, we started doing this a while ago, but it'd be nice to get these going. How long?
I would shoot out April 1st, because it's going to take us a week or two to get emails and everything ready to go. And then that gives them about 6 weeks. Gives us time to get it into a Roadrunner, advertise it on the website like that.
So order them April 1st?
We'll
No,
have the deposit in by.
Deposit.
I'll have the deposit in by April. Yeah, that sounds good, yeah.
is that, Nate,
Yep.
does that sound good to you?
And then we'd order them. If you had all the deposits in by April 1st, we could look in that first week to order them. He said that, I don't remember the date or the time on it. It wasn't terrible. It was like a week to 10 days.
Oh, well, that's not bad. Okay.
Would
And
be in time
maybe
for
we-
Earth Day.
Maybe we need to, in our literature, say if there's not enough interest, your money will be refunded.
Yeah,
Yep.
have some sort of a disclaimer as far as that, yeah.
April 1st is a Saturday. Yeah, it's a Saturday. We'll go April 3rd. That's a Monday.
Yeah.
Or April 4th. Tuesday we'd be open.
4th, please.
Yeah, do April 4th.
Okay.
And Sue, I'm not technically working this week. I'm not counting this. I'm not going to tell the cardiologist I did this. I'm sneaking. So
It's all right.
I'll get that list to you next week. I will be working remotely next week.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we working remotely next week? Or you'll be?
Yes, I'm working remotely next week, so
okay,
I can,
good. All
I
right.
can dump that list to
All
you.
right, we can talk.
Of emails.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
So anything else needed in terms of the message? Karen, Kathy, anything?
I'm good. I just need to, once the deposits are in, they'll let me know and we'll get them ordered.
It'd be neat, Nathan, if we could get a picture of what it looks
Yep.
like for
Yep.
the advertising.
Okay. So getting a message into the Roadrunner as well,
And on the website.
and the website. I've even forgotten who does that. Melissa? Is that the right
Melissa,
name?
I can take care of that once we with her.
Let Melissa know? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Anything we're missing on that? All right, sounds good. So what about compost bins? There's less interest in that, and we didn't get a quote on
There was
here, did we?
no less than 100 different varieties of those. And I think if we're gonna, I think the determination was that if somebody wanted them, they can go online and order them. We were gonna have to order them online and then get them delivered here. And then charge people. It was just a lot of handling on our end. And we determined, I thought, that if they want them, they can go online and order them.
Well, and when we looked into it too, we found that even though we can get volume discounts on some things because of our Amazon business account, composters wasn't one of them unless we wanted to buy like 500 of them.
Okay.
So that didn't, there wasn't any advantage to the town buying it for someone. And there's so many different designs, as Nathan said, that I'm sure different people would want different types. So we might want to send an email to all of those who said they were interested and let them know something to that effect and tell them their best bet is to go on Amazon somehow tactfully.
Well, most of those people also ordered the bins. I mean, the
Yes.
recycling bins. So when I contact them, I can make sure. I don't know if that'll be the list you give me too, so I can talk to them at the same time about the compost bins.
Well, and what I could do is give you a list of a group that are only the bins, the compost bins, a group that wanted both, and a group that only wanted the composters.
Okay.
That way you could tweak the message a bit based on what they asked
Okay.
for.
All right. Good. Thank you.
So again, I don't know if this committee is like you're on the committee forever and continues on forever. But again, I think it's important to do something on the composting front, if not getting compost bins, but to encourage more people to compost, because that was going to make the biggest difference in terms of reducing costs
Yep.
for the tipping fees. And so maybe that's something to continue to think about, ways to try to promote that at some point.
That seemed to be the biggest thing that they talk about is getting the food waste out of that trash stream. It's heavy, it's wet.
Yep. Yep. So thoughts on that at this point, or just kind of keep that on in mind?
Well, I think there's that grant, there's a grant that's out there, and I looked at that, and so, I mean, it's a grant you have to write. I checked out, I didn't find the RFP, but I did, which I thought was interesting. I looked at all the people that, I think they award, I don't know how many they award, up to a certain amount, but most of the awards were for between, the most was like $40,000 to $16,000. And there were like the City of South Portland, Chickadee Composters, Scrap Dogs, a Northern Aroostook Solid Waste, Maine Health, Garbage to Garden in Sanford, Kennebec County Council. So they're a big group, and Diggers. So they're kind of, fairly people that are into it already. And so I thought that was kind of interesting. But there's, we would, as a municipality, we would qualify. But I think we have. That's a whole different. That's a major project. Major. So it's, and you checked. I think they award grants twice a year.
Yep, he said the next cycle would be mid to late summer that it would be due, round 2. So he didn't have an exact date when I contacted him. And that was 2 weeks ago. And so I can follow up with that and see if he's got an exact date yet.
Well, yeah.
Well, we gotta figure out what we gotta want to do.
Right, but
What?
as far as just.
We have to figure out
the
what we want to
timeframe.
apply the grant for.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's they go into what it qualifies. Eligible activities, expansion, established programs, buying equipment for supplies to implement activities for composting.
Copy of that.
Education. What else? There's a whole list of things that qualify. And there's certain, like, they want you to, they talk about food recovery hierarchy, prioritize based on the maximum benefit, increased diversity in solid waste from disposal. So there's different categories. It's pretty broad. I mean, and I think it fits into what we've been talking about in terms of education. And obviously, you could probably use this money to buy equipment, composting equipment, or, the bins if you want.
Well, it seems like, yes, it's great to get recycling bins out and hopefully encourage more people to do more recycling. I mean, as we heard, it's been a while, I don't know where we are now, but we were doing pretty well from what we were told at some of the presentations early on. But again, part of the issue was to also reduce the cost of the tipping fees. And so to do that, we really do need to do something about composting. So, but yeah, writing a grant is not something that we're just going to do in an hour. It's going to take some doing, and also to think about what we would want to do. So maybe that is something to just kind of brainstorm a little bit. And if we are meeting again, I say if, I don't want to assume anything, but assuming we're meeting again, to then talk about what would we want to get into a grant, and then figure out how to get a grant submitted and hopefully get it. And again, I apologize, I have not connected with, I think my task was to connect with the scouts and science classes or environmental club if there is one. So I have yet to do that. So that's my fault there to not have done that, but that might be some way to kind of get some ideas as well for that. Does that sound like something we should do, or?
I think we've got to look at what's being done elsewhere. Don't try to recreate the wheel, and find a program that's working. We talked about that, what is it, the garden to waste to whatever it was. Isn't that coming into Wyndham?
Well, I don't know. I know they said something. They were working on it. I'm not sure if it's a definite.
So if we could get a program into Wyndham and then kind of bring it into Raymond, but that seemed to be one that it already had a structure. It's not us redesigning the wheel and finding the people to do everything. Something like that. I know on the news the other night, and I apologize, I was going to try to follow up with it. I think it was the city of Bangor that was having some reuse contest, all on food waste. I'll try to look up that. But find a program that works and that we think might work in Raymond. But if we're talking about, you could do backyard composting. I think the people that are doing it do a fairly good job. I know I'm guilty of right now, it's wintertime and going out to the compost pile is a little tougher than it is in the summer, so some of that does go into the trash. But we need an avenue if we want to get the food waste out for people to easily put it somewhere else, whether that's backyard composting or the garden.
Garbage to garden.
Garbage to garden that takes it away for us.
Yeah, so,
Or if like the Raymond garden down by the library,
right.
Wanted to have a composting pile but they could fill that up fairly.
They have a big
quickly.
composting pile already, yeah.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
just stuff from the
Their
waste
garden.
from the garden.
Yeah,
If they could they have a place that other people could dump in?
I don't know if it's big, there's enough space, I don't know.
Right. And then the problem is what happens when people start putting meat products or trash into it.
Yeah, I don't
Have
think,
to have
I don't think
animals.
that, and it's an organic garden, and
Right.
I don't think that would,
We have
and
a-
you have to turn it and work it, you just can't, and so,
We haven't had really good luck with unstaffed
Mm.
recycling anything. You gotta have staff there or somebody to guide somebody, or it's gonna be a complete disaster.
and the other, there are other things that you can partner with, like if you wanted to partner with the school and set up a program, in terms of composting. I know Beth said it's hard to compost at the school. I mean, in terms of the kitchen waste, it's hard. I think they used to compost or recycle milk jugs and things like that, but it's hard. It's not as easy. I mean, it sounds like, why can't we just compost? But it's harder than it's good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's another avenue for a grant for education and outreach initiatives.
So my high school did, I believe they still do, composting. And so I'll get a hold of somebody and say, because there's somebody that comes and picks it up. It's not like somebody at the school has to actually do it. So
Right.
maybe that's, if they're doing something more in Wyndham now. I did hear on the news that Bath they mentioned their garbage to garden program in Bath. And it's like, okay, this is growing, pun intended. So that, that might be something to really pursue.
That seems to be the thing, that garbage to garden, And I think when he was here, he talked about having a central location.
Right. People
bring
drop
it.
off.
And then, because they're not going to go around to everybody's.
Yeah, my first reaction to that was who's gonna drop their, composting stuff off at a central site. But if they're doing it in Bath, it's like, okay, I guess people do. So, yeah.
I believe Bath is a transfer station, kind of like what Gray has. That's something where we don't have that. And that's where I think you're going to find the hurdle. If you go to a system where somebody's bringing it to us, we've got to have a facility to bring it to, and staff there to receive it. And that's where Bath, I think Brunswick does the same thing.
They do.
They have a transfer station, and that's what they do. I think Casco does it too, I believe. So there's somebody there sorting it, and we take this, we don't take that, and that helps.
They're doing it for composting
I
stuff.
believe so. I'm not 100% sure on that. I can find
I
out.
don't recall. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
recall.
you have to have
Talk
people
to them.
managing it. You
Yeah,
can't just,
yeah. You leave it to the general public, and it's
Yeah.
going to fail.
No, it's going to make a mess.
I thought that the garbage to garden went door to door in Bath, because
Oh.
I had a house in Bath and they used to
They came
drop
door
it
to
next
door.
door.
Yeah.
They stopped at the house next door.
Oh, maybe
Wow.
I heard
That
it
was
wrong.
a few years ago.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I thought when he came here, though, we said there had to be a central
No,
place.
right. He
Well,
did say that, yeah.
I thought it was an option.
Well, he didn't seem too keen on, I mean, it's hard to start them up, and even like a big place like Wyndham, they were just starting to talk about it, and I just, it didn't seem like,
Out in the country, there's a long ways to go between house to house.
Raymond is more rural
Yeah.
than Bath. Bath is pretty compact.
Yes.
It's inside the town.
yeah, and they have a lot of businesses, restaurants, it's getting
Right.
restaurants to, of course, they get them to compost, but,
well,
Raymond is very rural.
yeah.
let's just kind of keep that in mind and I will reach out to the schools and try to connect with whatever club there might be to see what interest there is in at least in education about it in the community, and see what can happen there, or some sort of a project that students could do.
And we can, also put the word out with, to see if anybody is kind of interested in helping out with, we can expand, add people that want to look at composting or have a passion for it and want to have any ideas.
I wonder if we could, on that subject, Sue, I can talk to the library if you want. They do programs. Maybe we bring a speaker in and engage the interest. How do you want to learn about composting? How to do backyard composting?
That's a good idea.
And have a class and see if there's even interest.
Yeah.
You want me to talk to Allison?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, we went, they ran the adult ed classes again twice through Wyndham. They were all virtual. It'd be nice to have something in person at the library. That would be really good. That's a good idea.
Great.
Yeah, just kind of, we got to start from kind of scratch here. But to get back to the schools, in November, Taylor and Beth communicated, by email, and she forwarded to me about what they would like, some ideas in terms of the schools, what she was trying to put together. And I don't think we haven't heard anything since, but they were too busy last year.
Yep.
And she said it was this winter she was going to start trying to look at some programming for Earth Day, and then the following November. So they're communicating to each other at the school. So
Okay. Well, it'd be good to really kind of nail something down in the next month if it's aimed at Earth Day. So, again, I will commit to contacting some of these groups that I had said I would and see what can happen. And do you want to reach out to Beth again at the school, Sue?
yeah, I'll just ask her if she's been in touch with her. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, definitely.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, anything else on considering possibly a grant and what that might be for at this point? Okay. The next item was communicating with residents, but feels like we've covered that. Okay. And then working with schools. So, again, we've kind of covered that as well. So, next steps. We've committed to some things. Everybody clear on what we've committed to and the timeframes? Okay.
Thanks, Nathan, for following up with that.
Yep. And I did just have one other thing I saw in the paper was Yarmouth, Cape, and Freeport are among towns where textiles are being recycled as well. We hadn't heard about that happening, but just something to keep in mind as far as recycling. So anyway, just thought that was interesting.
And I know Goodwill does that, because they get all the clothing that comes in, so
Just
stained
rags.
clothes or rags, they recycle them and put them in big bins and.
And where do they
Ship 'em
go?
out.
Where does it go?
But some of them go to rags, but some also go to foreign countries.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, right. The rags, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's better than going back in the
The
landfill.
landfill, right, exactly, that's the goal. Okay, well, we have next steps already. What about a next meeting? Do we want to touch base in a month, 2 months?
I think we touch base right after April 4th and find out are we doing this or not. Because if we have 15 signups, because I think, 100 people said they wanted them, but that was 6 months ago. How many have purchased them? How many are going to go say, no, $55 is too much money?
Right. So we'll have to see.
Or maybe we'll have 200. But meet after the 4th and have the okay from Dawn at that point to go forward and give Nathan the green light or the red light to go do it. And then figure out how we're gonna do the deliveries and the just pickup and all of that.
Yeah, yeah, good.
You know,
Yep.
pick a couple of Saturdays, I think we had talked about, you're gonna put them at sand and salt station, shed.
Yep.
You know, I'd go down for a Saturday morning and say, okay, pick them up from here to here.
Yep. I think that's great, yeah.
Okay. All right, should we set a date, or should we just be in touch with what date would work, or check and see if there's even the interest from the people getting their deposits in?
Right.
And
Yeah, we can
wait
set a
to hear
date
that.
late. I don't,
Set a date after, I think.
Okay, all right.
If
Okay,
we should know by the end of March whether or not this is gonna be a go or not.
okay. All right, so we'll be in touch then. We'll check in on that. And any public comment? Anybody calling in? No?
There is one phone number there. I'm not sure who that is. It's
Oh.
an out-of-state line, but they haven't raised a hand to speak in public comment thus far.
Okay. Well, give them a minute to raise their hand if they chose to have a comment.
whose is this?
If not, it's an extra if you want to hold on to it.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
thanks.
Yeah. And so with that, any committee comment? I would want to just thank Karen for having been secretary for this and her contributions to the committee, and she is going to step down, but we certainly thank you very much for that and for everything else that you are currently doing too. And any other comment?
Karen, if you like, I can do the minutes from this next week, so you don't have to.
Oh, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Thanks, thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Also hope you are on the mend and doing
Right.
okay, Sue, and
You have to rest, make
Yep.
sure you rest.
Yeah. I'm a bit tired, but that's
Yes.
about it. I'm just tickled to be upright, so I'm thrilled.
good,
And I am much better than I was, so I'm excited.
good. Well, that's good to hear.
Thank you.
Okay, and Nathan, thank you as well. And with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Kathy and Sue, all in favor?
Stay warm.
Recycling Committee is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Good evening and welcome to the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee for Monday, February 6, 2023. First order of business is to call to order and make the note that we do have a quorum for tonight. Things have been a little crazy the last week or so as far as our usual getting support from the town due to no involvement at all in the town failing, but simply circumstances beyond everybody's control. That being said, there is an email that went out as far as the calling in for the Zoom. There seemed to be some confusion because there were actually two numbers posted. We're going to do our best to cope with that to make sure everyone has access. I see we do have committee members and the town clerk that have been able to Zoom in, so I'm hopeful that that'll work for everyone else. Also, the second order of business would be the previous meeting minutes. And Sue, correct me if I'm wrong, but the January 17 minutes were usually are included in the e-packet. But they were.
Yes, and I sent out an e-packet very late this afternoon. I apologize for that.
Okay. So it may be that everyone did not have an opportunity to review those minutes. I will tell you that, as we've discussed before, the official minutes of the meeting are the video. Therefore, I would ask, has everyone had an opportunity to see either the printed minutes or the video?
Yes.
I have.
Yes.
So if there's, Brad, you have? So if there's no objection, I would move that we accept those minutes as written or as filmed. No objections? Brad? Can't hear you, Brad. Can't hear you. Can't see that. Is that the phone?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. You want to call us?
Charades.
I guess my question would be, is there a reason from the videographer's perspective why Brad can't be heard?
It appears as though his Zoom is muted.
He's muted.
Brad?
Yeah.
There you go. All right, that works better.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Videographer.
No problem.
Hey, just a question, Peter. There was a mention of some people who had expressed interest in coming on to the committee, and I didn't see any mention of names or resumes. Was there a mention, or is that why it wasn't in the minutes? Because there are no resumes.
I believe I've seen one application. And it was, once again, Sue, was that included in the e-packet?
It was.
It was. So Brad, I believe if you look now at your e-packet on the town website, under comprehensive plan, you'll see that application. Getting back to the business at hand, is everybody satisfied to vote on the minutes? All those in favor? Unanimous? Great. Okay, also, Sue, one other question.
Yes.
On the website, what I saw regarding minutes, there's an indication beside the December 7th minutes that says awaiting approval.
Yes, I haven't gotten to upload those as yet. I wanted to get tonight's meeting going first, and I'm going to focus on that tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, you're fired.
Okay. Yay, bye.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll correct those minutes as far as making sure that they're posted and been approved and all that sort of good stuff, because they have been approved. They were approved at the meeting in January. All right, well, enough on minutes. I would make a motion that since we have guests here tonight, and since, you know, and I know this is scintillating discussions about logos and videos, that we, if there's no objection, that we move new business, A, North Star Planning interview, and B, committee applicants. Well, I'll say this, it will at least move A, North Star Planning interview to the head of the agenda in order to, in deference to our guests. Do I have?
I'd second that.
So moved. All right. So moved. So the stage is yours.
Okay. We had a few slides, which we were able to get up on the other screen here, but I'm not sure where I should sit or stand exactly. But that's
Right there.
All right.
Perfect.
So my name is Ben Smith, and I'm the principal at North Star Planning. And tonight with me is Kate Birch. Hi. Kate is a planner at North Star, and yeah, that I think would work. And we had submitted a proposal in response to the RFP that the town had issued. And we're here tonight to kind of go over our approach to the project, just provide a brief overview, a little bit of who we are. And if we can answer some questions, we'd love to have an opportunity to have a little bit of a conversation about. This appears to be on, I think. If it's not, someone will tell me. So I think what I will do, without objection, just kind of walk through a few slides, provide a little background, and then If there's questions along the way or questions at the end, I'm happy to, we can be flexible on how we handle that. So once again, my name is Ben, and Kate's here with me this evening, and there's a couple other folks at North Star Planning who would be involved in the Raymond project. We are located in New Gloucester, and we've got combined a very good, diverse planning background. My experience before North Star Planning 5 years ago was with the town of Windham. I was a planner there for 11 years. Part of that time was planning director, and Kate has some direct support with the town of Topsom. So our resumes are in the proposal. I won't go through those, but happy to answer a little more background if you wish.
So sorry.
Our response was really based on, in part, our understanding of the town, and that was, based on personal experiences that we have with Raymond and things that were noted in the RFP. But some of the things that I know are going to be important as the discussion around the comprehensive plan continues is protecting water quality and natural resources, balancing tourism and economic development with the needs of year-round residents. So folks who are here part of the year or passing through, with folks who live, work, go to school here, and dealing with the impacts of growth pressure on community character. So I will hand the mic over to Kate to talk about water quality.
Yeah, so one of the things that we think will really be a thread throughout this comprehensive planning process is water quality, water resources. You all are one of the stewards of the water quality of Sebago Lake. You also have a lot of other lakes, ponds, streams, and these are sort of very key to the identity of the town, as well as the well-being of the residents, your groundwater, your aquifers. So looking at protecting these resources from pollution, from impacts of development, from the impacts of other uses, like recreational uses, as well as ensuring that these that water resources are available and accessible to all members of the community and residents here is also kind of a big balance that will be part of this process.
Great, thanks. And there's a couple images here of Windham Open Space Plan and a Yarmouth Open Space Plan that we worked on in the last several years that to greater and lesser degrees dealt with conservation perspectives as well as recreation and use of natural resource perspectives. The next thing we wanted to talk a little bit about is kind of that tourism seasonal aspect nature of the town. We've got a couple projects under our belt and that are ongoing right now with the town of Tremont and Bristol. Those are coastal communities. So in many ways they're different from Raymond, but in a few key ways, in particular dealing with seasonal traffic, dealing with housing affordability issues and short-term rentals could be an issue, and trying to, in those communities in particular, ensure that there's a sustainable year-round community. And I think that that's probably less of a concern in Raymond, but it could have something in common with those as far as evening out the seasonal swings that come with employment, wages, and those types of things when you have a seasonal economy. And then finally, we wanted to talk a little bit about, this was some data we pulled from census about growth pressure, and this is probably not new to a lot of people here in this room, but when we were looking at how Raymond has grown over the last 100 years. It was a relatively flat population, growing slightly between 1920 and 1960, and then it really exploded in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And since then, the population as measured by the census has leveled off. And those are, year-round people who call Raymond home. But that probably isn't the whole picture. Another bit of data here from the ACS is that Raymond has a very high, much higher than Cumberland County in general, seasonally vacant structures. So this is an indication of that, what we were talking about a couple slides ago, how the code office has probably been quite busy with new homes, new septics. It's not just internal renovations and decks. I'm sure there's plenty of those, but the building activity has been much busier than population growth. So if we had multiplied 2.3 people times each new home that's been built in the last 20 years, we would expect the population to be much higher than it is today. So that's an indication, I think, to some degree of that seasonal nature of Raymond's population compared with the county and certainly with the state. So we do have a lot of local experience, as I've mentioned before, my work experience prior to North Star Planning, but also since in the last 5 or 6 years working with communities in this region and throughout Cumberland, Androscoggin counties, open space plans, comprehensive plans, downtown plans. We can come back to any of these if you have questions about those, but that was really kind of the foundation. I know that's not the whole picture, and there's going to be many other things to talk about, but I wanted to at least give you a sense of where we were coming into the process from. And I'll turn it over to Kate to talk a little bit more specifically about the proposal. We don't plan on going page by page through the proposal. Certainly happy to answer questions about it, but Kate's gonna go through an overview on the slide.
Sure. So we just wanted to sort of go through our approach to this comprehensive planning process. It starts with a period of data collection. So gathering past plans, the state's data, preparing those inventory chapters, a lot of collaboration with town staff to help us collect a really robust base of data about the town, about the built environment, and I start to identify what issues are happening. And then from there, we start working with the community vision and values, and that basically, you all are really the experts on what's going on in your communities. So taking that data and working with public participation to make that data meaningful, to kind of ground truth it, and to get more perspectives and help us better understand the town. And from there, we start to identify the goals, policies, and strategies that will be part of this comp plan. And it's important for those to be realistic, actionable, implementable goals that the town can work on over the next 10, 20 years. And as we develop those strategies, there will be multiple touch points back with the community and public participation to make sure that we're connecting the vision and the values of the town with the goals that are in the plan. And then the final stage is drafting and adoption. So that will include developing an implementation strategy, identifying some funding options, and then the processes of local adoption and state approval. Yeah, and then we also wanted to just share a little bit about our engagement strategies. We think it's really important to make sure that we're hitting a lot of different modes of engagement with the community to make sure that we're reaching as many people possible in the ways that they feel comfortable, kind of meeting people where they want to meet us. So we do a lot of in-person engagement, which can include big open house workshops, smaller listening sessions with specific stakeholder groups, presentations, or also pop-ups at local town events. And then also sort of running parallel an online engagement plan where we have project website, social media, an email list. We put out online surveys to echo a lot of the public participation surveys that we do in person for people who feel more comfortable jumping in online. And we also will make videos to accompany some of the surveys and other things we're putting out to help people engage in the process. And then we do a lot of print too, putting up flyers in local places, sending out postcards, direct mail, working with community members who might want to put something in the local paper to try and reach the widest range of people possible.
So this is the project timeline that we had put into the proposal. It includes all of the tasks that are more fully scoped out in the proposal itself, but also Kate had touched on those a moment ago. So essentially, the first part of the project is that research project. It's essentially digging into state data and getting existing conditions in those inventory chapters. And then I think the best part of the process, the most exciting part of the process, is when you start looking ahead. So the first part, the research project, is almost looking back. It's understanding how you got to where you are today. What do we have as a community? And the looking ahead part starts when you start engaging folks around the vision and values of the community. So that in this timeline is kind of a late summer activity that continues through the winter and would lead into some early drafting in the springtime frame with first drafts of a plan next summer. So that is an overview of the project timeline. And I think that's the last slide we had, knowing that you all have had a chance to review the proposal, and if you had specific questions about anything we've shared in the proposal itself or highlighted here in the slides, we'd be happy to have that conversation at this point.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Kate. So what I'd like to do is open it up to questions. They don't have to be limited to the proposal, but so that people don't get overlooked, I'd like to start with committee members on Zoom. So I'll start with Frank. Any specific questions you might have, Frank?
Presently not.
Okay. Brad?
I'll wait until we get into the discussions.
Okay. Brad? You're muted, Brad.
Thank you, Peter. Hey, Ben, thank you very much for joining us here this evening. I appreciate you taking an evening, both of you taking evenings out of your lives to join us on our schedule. Are either of you familiar with Roger Martin?
I'm not.
His work at all in planning and strategies. I just was kind of curious because the plans are vitally important. Implementing them and coming up with a strategy for implementing them is kind of important too. We most committees you probably work with, you do a comprehensive plan, and then do you recommend a implementation committee afterwards, or how do you handle that?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's fairly common for communities to have either a comp plan group continue on with a new charge after the plan's been adopted, or to have a separate group, some group outside of the select board and town staff who are going to be able to keep an eye on the plan specifically. I think you are right. I don't know the work of Roger Martin specifically, but I do know that there's a lot of frustration in communities where you go through all of this work and nothing happens, or the perception is nothing ever changes. So this is a big project. It takes a lot of people, and I think it's very reasonable to expect that you would see results from this. And to that end, Kate had mentioned it, our work, and having been a planner and dealing with a lot of plans that, to greater or lesser degrees are implemented, we want to make sure that our plan recommendations are going to be reasonable, actionable, and something that the town can implement. So to that end, the plan horizon for a comp plan is 10 to 20 years. So when you look at the vision statement itself, you know, it's very often asked, you know, what kind of community do you want to live in 10 years from now or 20 years from now? And when we write recommendations, it's very often a shorter time frame. What do you need to do in the next 5 years to get to the point where you start making progress toward that longer term vision? What can this select board do and the next select board do over the next couple budget cycles to start moving in that direction? And I'm not sure I can get the slides back or not, but I would encourage you to even just take a look at the cover of the Wyndham plan. That was an early attempt. That was written when I was the planning director in Wyndham, and we were challenged to, you know, get the plan on one page. Everybody was tired of, you know, 300-page documents, and nobody knew where the recommendations were. So we said, okay, we're still going to do a 300-page document, but let's take a crack at getting it on one page. And there were 4 big things, and those are right on the cover, and there's a few bullet points under each one. And that makes it very easy to communicate. It's easy for elected officials and volunteers to understand what the priorities are. And you don't have to make even progress every single year. Like, there are going to be some years you move ahead in open space and other years you move ahead in economic development. But having a manageable number of priorities with clear goals can provide really good guidance to elected officials and staff to make progress.
Which plan are you referring to? Is that around 2018 or so? Or was that the earlier plan back in the early 2000s?
The one I'm referencing is the maroon colored. It says 2016 update. The Wyndham plan. Yeah.
Okay. And then just one other question I had for you is, you talked about a big open house event and getting out to visit with some of the stakeholders. And what have you found to be an effective way to reach people? And what kind of attendance have you had at those, you know, neighborhood meetings?
You know, I do think that we're still in that phase where the pandemic is very fresh to people, so not everybody is jumping up at the opportunity to go to a big open house. But what we've had success with recently is kind of having these parallel events where we have an open house that has an online option for folks. So I think in an event we had in Bath, we advertised it both through all the town's email lists, social media, as well as our own email outreach, and through contacting some stakeholders in the town, like they have a Main Street Bath organization. We also did the old school way of hanging up flyers around town. And we got, I think, 60-something people came out to an open house on a cold Tuesday night, which isn't so bad, and then we've had ongoing online participation from people who didn't make it to the in-person event, and we've had over 100 people jump in on that so far. So I don't know if you want to talk about the other ones you've done recently, but
I think you made the point I was going to make, is that people need options, and it can be very tough if the only way you're inviting public comment is to have people come in to an after dinner meeting at the town office or in a room like this. It's giving people an opportunity to participate online or to meet them where they are. And what that means is taking advantage of community events and gatherings that are already happening. So you don't need to convene these things, you just need to be around. You need to be a part of it. And you know, some examples from that PowerPoint we shared were like some food truck events that were ongoing in Gorham, and we just brought a little canopy and some plans and let people look at them, and people wandered over and said, hey, what are all these pictures of our town? And that led to conversations around the future of that part of Gorham. So those types of interactions, it's part of I call it the well-balanced breakfast of outreach. So those kinds of outreach, if you go to a food truck or you go to a carnival, you're going to have like maybe 30 seconds of people's time. You're not going to get real deep, but it's great for a wide, broad-reaching awareness. If you have people come and choose to invest a couple hours of their time in the gym or at a community meeting, there you can get much deeper. So I think that it requires a mix, but I guess we are seeing people coming back to in-person meetings, especially open house kind of things where they can drop in where they want to. Like if you leave the doors open for 3 or 4 hours, sometimes people will stay for an hour, sometimes they'll stay for 20 minutes. But there's lots of different techniques and different strategies that we can use, and we would want to probably talk that through with the committee a little bit more to figure out like what is the right mix of activities for Raymond.
Thank you. Just one final question that I have here for you while you're here, Ben, is you obviously are aware of the phenomenal growth that's happened in the Wyndham area for probably 40 years. And Raymond participated in some of that growth during the 80s and 90s, and it has slowed considerably since then. Do you have any thoughts on how Raymond has been effective at slowing that growth on the Wyndham-Raymond border, and what have we done right in your judgment that's been enabled us to slow that growth and manage it better?
It's a good question, and I don't know that I've got a real good answer for it. When I was looking at the census data that was up on that slide a few minutes ago, it did remind me a lot of Wyndham, in particular the 70s and 80s. Wyndham has continued to grow at I think the last couple decades have probably been about 14% census to census, and Raymond was 2 to 3% from census to census. So I think there's probably a number of reasons for that. I think it has maybe given Raymond a little more breathing room and maybe a little less pressure, maybe more space to have a conversation about rural character and the future of access to natural resources and those kinds of things that have been much more urgent conversations in Wyndham over the last 5-10 years. So I think from that perspective, that's been an effect, but I couldn't say without maybe learning a little bit more about Raymond, how that has happened. I do know that Raymond's a little, one town further down the road from Portland, and I think that is likely to be part of it. But, I'd be interested if you had ideas or other people in the committee had ideas about that.
Sure, John. I think one town down the road is a big part of it. And the other thing that's significant, I think, is that there's not a lot of available affordable housing. And so a lot of Wyndham's growth has been younger people and people with school-age children. And I just think the opportunities have been greater there for housing, and it's closer to where they work.
Chris?
I would add that our zoning is quite different than Wyndham's. Our lot sizes are much larger. Most of our town is either in shoreline zone or rural residential, which the minimum lot size is 2 acres or 3 acres. And then we have a very small village residential area where you can go down to a 1 acre lot. So I think the zoning is something that the last comprehensive committee did right, is the slow growth. I think that, you got to have a bigger lot, and it keeps Raymond more rural than some of the urban areas that are closer to Portland, like Westbrook or Gorham or even Wyndham.
That's a good point. That also contributes to the point I made about affordable housing as well. And so then you get to the idea of demographics and community vitality, and I think
you have a comment?
About that specifically? Yeah. Well, I just one thought I had is you said that we have larger lots typically than Wyndham, and from a forester's perspective, we've worked with a lot of forest landowners, and ultimately they have sold their property, they've subdivided it, and you go back and you look at it, and we kind of see it as a waste of land when you require large house lots. I think New Gloucester has like 5 acre minimums in some cases. And we're of the attitude, and I'm speaking for myself and for some foresters who have a lot of experience with selling, managing woodlots that we see turn into developments. And we're kind of the attitude, if you're going to subdivide a piece, cram as many houses into that piece as you can to conserve maybe another piece of land. So that might stay a solid piece of forest land. That's my comment. And when it comes to septic disposal, if you have enough houses on a development, maybe there's a central septic system that might be actually more sufficient and more efficient than a whole bunch of individual septic systems. And I'm not an expert on septic systems, but it's just my thought.
I might just jump in.
Thanks for the time.
To follow on Greg and Chris, you for your help. It seemed like in the 2010 era, when we were doing ordinance work, the open space subdivision was a piece that was added to the ordinance, and we did a number of them. Does that ring a bell? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, and I would tell you that they are still being built. They were phased. We have several large subdivisions that haven't even been started that are open space subdivisions, where they do cluster, like Greg was talking about, the houses and then preserve land for open space. That is a concept that is in our ordinance now. Maybe we need to revisit it, but it's definitely in there, and Greg's right. That's how you do preserve larger tracts.
Well, when it comes to the open space, a lot of these lots simply aren't big enough so that the reserved open space can be managed for timber. It's hard to do it when if you've got 15 or 10 acres, you're pretty much at the limit where it's going to be feasible to do a timber sale and manage the property. It can be done. The nature of forestry has changed in terms of the machinery they use. A lot of people use large machinery, and they just require a lot of volume to move onto a woodlot. So the open space concept, it sounds good. I put some thought into about how effective that is in terms of being able to manage at least the forest resource of the open space.
Great. Sean, questions for Ben or Kate?
No, I appreciate the conversations. It's great listening to you. I don't have anything to kind of add or to ask right now.
Very good. Kayla.
Oh, sure. Can you, if you can, provide us with any sort of thinking out of the box or really innovative ideas that you have been involved in with other towns that you're particularly proud of and you would like to brag about right now?
For just anything?
Well, yeah, involving the comp plans, like something where a community sort of thought out of the box and, sorry, Don.
That's too down.
Do you want to take a, yeah, I think, it sounds like it could be anything. Okay. I think there's an implementation effort going on right now in Pownell. We did not work on the comp plan, but helping them think about preserving rural character and what is rural character, and that is a question that always comes up, and I think it essentially could be defined as the sense of quiet country living and open country roads that people experience in town. It could be, a rural economy of woodlots and gravel pits, natural function of groundwater recharge or wildlife habitat. And so this would be something that I would love to explore a little bit more of like, what is rural to Raymond? Is it that veneer of rural character, or is it the actual rural function of rural economy? And the answer is different for every town. So in Wyndham, several years ago, it was, we don't care, essentially, how many houses are in the subdivision as long as we can't see them from the public road. And in Pownell, they are much more on preserving blocks of land for wildlife habitat, to also preserve the economic value of that land as rural land. So whether it's harvesting timber or using it for pasture or hay. So balancing those kinds of considerations and getting more to your point, we're having conversations in Pownell now about maximum lot sizes, where it essentially would look like we're reworking their existing cluster ordinance to be more of a conservation subdivision, and putting more focus on design, and having it be less about a math problem, what is the maximum number of lots you can put on this piece of property, to what are the important characteristics of this land to preserve as development is considered, and then work with the planning board to come up with a creative design for that property. So that's something we're working on right now in a community that is kind of on the frontier between Portland and Auburn, and they're experiencing some growth pressure from both sides. Do you want to, I'm thinking about the solar ordinance that you worked on and were administering in Topsom.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if solar is an issue in Raymond. Kate's got some ideas about that.
It is. Got some projects.
Yeah, so when I was working in Topsom has a fairly new solar ordinance that basically the town attached a habitat mitigation fee to it. So they used an existing open space plan to basically attach a value of high, medium, or low quality habitat to every parcel in town. And if you want to build a solar farm on it, you have to pay a fee based on what the level of the quality of habitat is. And that fee then goes into a fund that the town uses to preserve other habitat in partnership with the land trust or in other ways. But I think and that was an interesting way of, solar is also a pretty big business right now, so it was an interesting way to see that solar companies were happy to pay that fee if they had to, and also that it did encourage the engineers working on these developments to guide where they're placing solar panels and stuff away from those high value habitat zones and more towards the lower cost, lower value habitat for them to build on, which was helping seemingly to preserve some of those large blocks of habitat.
Kate, what was the map layers that were used to define high, medium, low? They were or existing mapping that had already been done. They didn't do any additional on the ground reconnaissance, or maybe they did.
They were using the maps were from the open space plan, which was done in 2012. So they're actually probably going to update them soon, but they were based on sort of surveyed state data, wetlands, habitat maps, but also based on a community values matrix that the town did a public process on, where people ranked what pieces of land were important to the community, whether they were for a view shed, like everyone likes driving down that road, seeing that big open field, places that people like to hunt, like to fish. So it was a combination of sort of like scientifically significant land and the land that was important to the residents.
Cool. Any other questions, Cal?
I'll hold mine so I don't take everybody else's. And then if there's any left over, then I'll go for it.
Okay. John Clark.
Could you provide a few examples of some climate initiatives that you've done in other towns and what those have looked like? And, you know, I think some articles were sent around, and I think a big part of this would be, you know, how could they be implemented? And I know that there is several avenues for grant money available for the town to take advantage of, because I do think that, you know, we are looking at the value of some of these improvements, and how we pay for those things is an important piece of that equation.
So when you talk about climate initiatives, are you talking about how climate is incorporated into the comp plan process, or are you talking about energy plans or street light to LED conversion type projects?
More the former.
In the comprehensive planning process?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways that we've worked on this, and I will say that this has become the most popular non-state required comprehensive planning topic to incorporate into a planning document. There's a couple ways you could approach it. One would be to have a dedicated, we're going to have a new chapter in our comp plan dealing with climate adaptation and climate issues in our community. And the other is to look at those kinds of concerns throughout the project. So I'll take a step back, and I'm sure a lot of you, and actually I think there's a fair number of folks on this group who were part of the prior comprehensive, or the current comprehensive plan drafting. So you may know, but I'll say for folks who may not, there's a lot of state required inventory chapters: transportation, natural resources, municipal services, and so on. Each one of these can be viewed through a climate lens. So changes to the weather and changes to the climate will have an impact on transportation infrastructure. Changes to climate will have impacts on municipal services and so forth. So that can be a way to bring that more into the heart of a plan. You know, one of the make it one of the core features that carries through all of the chapters. And I think either approach is doable. Communities have been working on that from both perspectives, but it's a good conversation to have early in the process as you start drafting. You know, should this be something that we want to look at kind of on its own, and then think about how it factors into recommendations, or is each chapter going to have one or two or a handful of recommendations specifically dealing with climate change?
Mm-hmm. And I guess with just a follow-up would be, you know, maybe this falls more on the implementation stage, but do you also include, you know, ways that we would be able to implement these, or, you know, kind of that roadmap, or is that really outside of the scope?
I mean, I think that I'm not going to. I'm fairly new to North Star, so I'm not going to speak for how Ben likes to do an implementation strategies matrix. But I think that in my previous experience, I worked with the city of South Portland and Portland on their One Climate Future plan, which had a really robust implementation matrix. And I think especially with a lot of those climate initiatives, which they touch all the other aspects of the plan as well, but you can kind of separate them into sort of three categories. You have the things that are like really big. We need to wait for the state to have a program where they're going to help us with this. DOT is going to help us with this, or even federal money is going to help us with this. Then there's things that the town can enact on a local level, like some zoning changes to land use policy, you know, requiring EV chargers, things like that. A capital improvement plan. And then there's the things that are more of like an advocacy, public-private partnership kind of thing, like saying the town's going to have a climate committee that works with local businesses, or that publicizes, like in Topsom, we had an energy committee that did a lot of outreach with members of the community to show people how they could personally save energy by better insulating their homes or adding solar panels to their house or other initiatives. So I think you kind of split it with something like a lot of those climate change things. Not everything is something that the town of Raymond can personally fix, but you can sort of categorize where the town needs to advocate for it, what the town can do, and what the citizens can do.
Okay, thank you. I think Kate had a lot of good ideas, and it kind of touched on the idea of, this comprehensive plan is one really high-level conversation and high-level recommendations. It's not going to be the energy plan, and it's not going to be the open space plan or the transportation plan, but it can help inform those things. And we want to make sure that coming out of this process, because again, I was a municipal planner, and there should be more recommendations in here than just, we recommend you do another study or we recommend you do more planning. There need to be some things that you can get right going out of the gate as soon as you adopt the plan. Maybe you've even got a head start on a few things as a result of the process that you're going through right now. So that's the only other thing I'll say is, like, you may not get as detailed as you would in an energy plan with this kind of effort, but that's not any reason to say, we're gonna have to save that for a future study. Yep. I think there's real things you can do.
Greg.
Thank you. This is the land use ordinance from 1993 in Raymond. And this is a land use ordinance as of now. Can you make this thickness? You don't really have to answer that question. But the question I do have is in regard to town government. We have a select board and we have town meeting, but for, was it 3 years now, we have not had a town meeting. We vote secret ballot. And structurally, for the people, I think we need a town meeting. And I'm just thinking, is this something that needs to be addressed through the comprehensive plan? Or am I opening a can of worms? The other option might be for this town to become a town council instead of a select board. And maybe that's not even a comprehensive plan consideration, but in my mind, I think the issue is significant for the people of the town of Raymond. A lot of people, I think Sue could help me with this. They went to vote. Our budget and any ordinance changes are voted by secret ballot, and a lot of the people that went there didn't prepare themselves. They didn't know what was going to be on the ballot, and they found themselves looking at things to vote on, and they had no reason to vote one way or another or understanding of it, simply because they didn't know what the issues were. And I don't know if some of them stayed. I think some stayed and took a lot of time and read it. Is that right, Sue?
That's correct. And one little technicality I will correct on, Greg, and that's that even though we're voting it via secret ballot, it is still a town meeting. It just isn't an open town meeting.
Yes.
So that's just a technicality.
I did know that, and I did omit saying that. But anyway, there's an opportunity for anybody, they should review what's being potentially presented to them, but at least at a town meeting, they have an option to ask questions, question this, why are we spending this money on that? But by secret ballot, we've lost that opportunity to do that. And that's just a concern of mine, and maybe it's a comprehensive plan issue, maybe it's something other.
I have an answer for it as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I can tell you what the thinking behind what we're doing now is, if you like. And so you get about 60 people at town meeting, so you might have 60 informed voters. I'm going to say you have several hundred voters, at a town meeting by secret ballot. There are going to be people who aren't prepared and maybe are unsure about how to vote, but there's a public hearing, of course, for them to attend if they wish. They can read, articles in the newspaper about it. They can get materials at the town office and or online. They can ask questions in advance. So I think the selectmen's thought on it has been two things. One, the pandemic safety is what, was the original idea. But the idea of having a much greater turnout is appealing. So that's where it's been. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stay there. You know, they consider it each year. It hasn't been a final decision, and it's because, as we know, the pandemic is still ongoing. With respect to the comprehensive plan, probably Ben will answer it. I hope he'll answer it this way. I think it's a legitimate thing to be in the comprehensive plan. I think there comes a time in the life of towns where they, change from a Board of Selectmen form to something else, or maybe they look at the way that they, consider voting. I know my hometown of Scarborough made the switch to a council plan, decades ago. It was a town meeting town. Every town in Maine, I think, started out as a town meeting town. So the points you make are good, and I don't know. I mean, in the past, when I've tried to present the town council idea in towns I've been in, that hasn't gone very far. People do like the idea of the town meeting. It's the purest form of democracy if you participate. Increasingly, people don't.
Yeah.
I would just add to that a significant factor certainly was the pandemic. Prior to that, it was the RSU. The majority of people that turned out to town meeting when I first got here, the biggest budget cost was the school budget. Once the school budget went away, it seemed like a lot of attendance went away.
Yeah, that's right.
Anything else?
I'm good. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, John Clark, for bringing up the energy and the climate overlap and how that could be efficiently folded into the plan. That'll be key with the funding opportunities we've seen come through. You guys may well have reviewed. We had open space plan that we put together with Hugh Cox starting in, I think, in '04, and it got approved in '08, I'm going to say, and that was a good process. I think there's probably still a fair amount of relevant information in that plan still. I don't think there's a huge appetite for a large chunk open space efforts. The community forest was certainly a success and had the town behind it. But there are plenty of other parcels of scale in town, and it's probably time to, now a decade and a half on, to refresh on that and which of those parcels have the highest value, and certainly with probably another 2, 3, 4, 5 years of solar pressure that's gone quiet for the interim, it seems, with the CMP backlog, that the comp plan highlight areas that we help us, or I suppose it would be direct the town to update the open space plan, but or it might be a simple refresh to just bring those priority parcels to the forefront. And then I think the only other piece is, which Brad and I are near and dear to our hearts, of course, is staying on the transportation piece and making sure the Lake Region bus keeps rolling, and to connect this remote community to the city of Portland more easily. So among all the other good ideas, I should say here, climate, open space, transportation.
It's interesting to hear you talk about open space from the standpoint of, it brings to mind the process we went through in Gray a few years ago as they updated their comprehensive plan, and this was maybe getting to your question as well. The state requires you as a community to say these are the growth areas and these are the rural areas, and maybe you have a few transitional areas, and those are the places you're going to encourage or incentivize growth, and the places you're going to protect from the impacts of growth. And what Gray had done is, they said, the last couple plans we've done have basically been the rural zone just means status quo. There will continue to be residential development happening in those parts of town that we consider rural today. So they had, a couple years ago, taken the opportunity to say there will be large parts of town that are critical rural areas, and so there were rural areas that they were more okay with that idea of quiet country living, and those are appropriate for low density residential single homes or small subdivisions. But they said there are certain places along the Royal River, certain places in the Little Sebago watershed that we don't want status quo to continue in those places. Those are the places we want to restrict and slow down the amount of development. And I think that they're still discussing how to implement that part of it. Recommendations around zone changes are typically some of the harder things when it comes to implementing ideas in a comp plan. But that was pretty key to the effort that their committee had recommended. And it was an idea, I think, that, based on large habitat blocks, environmental values, that there are certain places in their community where it was only going to be appropriate for the lowest levels of new development, and those would be the places where they were going to work with the land trust to target future acquisitions and those kinds of strategies. So again, not an open space plan, but you can advance some of those concepts through a comp planning process.
Question?
Yes. So I think we're all excited that you've worked with some of the towns that are close by to us and that we work with on a regular basis. One of my questions is, how do you focus and differentiate the need for Raymond versus what those other towns are immediately surrounding us that may be similar, but we consider them to be different? And how do you prioritize Raymond's character as opposed to falling back on what you've already done before?
Yeah. So I'll start while we decide who's going to answer first. I'll just answer. I feel like the biggest part of that, is an emphasis on good public process and public participation and hearing from people what is important. The data, which is part of the information that we use, may be very similar. Like a good example was, hey, it looks like the numbers are different, but the growth patterns between Raymond and Wyndham are very similar. Or maybe, hey, the lakes issues that Raymond has are likely to be very similar to Naples or Gray. But I think that what will set this plan apart and the recommendations apart will be what we hear from the people in this town. And it's not a one-size-fits-all. You will experience issues around water quality or traffic differently than even a town next door or a town of a similar size in the same region. So I think that one of the things that we, were forced to do due to COVID, but have really, I think, led the way and expanded our practices, what Kate was talking about, where, we're not just relying on the 20 people that show up to the meeting on a weekday night in a room like this. It's thinking about that approach of like, who do we need to hear from, and keeping track of who we've heard from and who we haven't heard from yet, and how do we go to where those people are if they can't come to us. And sometimes that's online, sometimes it's a YouTube video that we try and make sure people see, or sometimes it's setting up something at a Little League game or something at the voting, the polling locations, so there's different strategies around reaching a broad group of people in town. And I think what we've done the last few years, and we did provide some websites and some YouTube links and those kinds of things in our proposal to give you a bit of a sampling of how that can work, from, a full-on project website to, a 37-second video that, is saying, hey, check out the draft plan, or come, if you can't make it to the meeting, fill out the online survey, those kinds of things. And those are the kinds of comments and values that I think are going to make this plan relevant to the people and the policymakers in Raymond. Having, there could very well be some issues that you have in common with the neighboring communities, but like I said, there could be things you have maybe more in common with some other town in a completely different part of the state. So we want to take some of the techniques that we've been working on and come up with the right mix for Raymond so that we're hearing from a broader range of people as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of covered it, but I was just going to say that I think that, like Ben said, it's all about a lot of that public participation. There are a lot of regional issues that impact Raymond and the rest of the Lakes region. There are also a lot of issues that, you see kind of all across Maine: housing affordability, the pressure and new development for housing versus rural areas, and these kinds of issues. But each town kind of has a different perspective to how they want to deal with it, and making sure that when we have this robust public process, that we're hearing from the people who are actually living in these areas that we're talking about, and getting a wide view from the community. And that really differentiates each town does have a unique perspective on how they feel comfortable approaching these issues, what kind of interventions they want to take, how hands-off they want to be, that kind of thing.
Just follow another question. With regard to zoning and codes and regulations, it's a moving target. It's always changing. There was a lot of talk at the last meeting about LD 2003. There's hundreds of bills that have been proposed for this new session. How do you keep up with the changes that are happening concurrently with the plan? And how do you advise towns on these regulations that may not have any precedent, may not have been applied practically, but we have to make a plan that impacts the next 10 years?
That's a great question. And I think in part it's not knowable what the legislature might do a couple sessions from now.
Right.
And I think a good example is LD 2003. A couple of years ago, I don't know that was on anybody's radar. And now communities around the state are still trying to figure out what this is going to mean. And there's still rulemaking happening. And, I think some of the bills that I've seen are trying to fix or address unintended consequences or clarify some things around LD 2003, for example. So more directly, to answer your question, I think a big part of this process is, again, at that highest level, reaffirming the vision for the community and the values of the community, and those will set broad policy goals so that no matter what kinds of specific new tools might become available, or what maybe you could look at it as new restrictions on how communities deal with these challenges, you've got a solid foundation to lean on in knowing what kind of approaches are going to be workable in town. So you will know coming out of this process, hopefully, what people are going to have an appetite. Like, how far could you go in certain areas, given the values of the community and the priorities of the community. So it may not say, there will be specific recommendations, but there will also be, a little deeper than that, things that you can lean on, when it comes time to acting on these things 3, 4, or 5 years from now that we may not foresee when the plan's adopted.
Thank you very much. Those are both very helpful.
Jackie.
All right, so I'm kind of curious in some of the more recent research that you've been doing, looking at data and the beginning parts of the plan here. Are you seeing trends in kind of this post-COVID world that are different than what you've seen kind of prior to 2020? Are there things that need further consideration that, not to say that anything that's currently, you know, we might have seen in the past 2 years will continue for 20 years, but just kind of has that weighed in at all on the impacts or the consideration for any of the research that you guys are doing?
Yeah, well, I think since the pandemic, we've had first of all, we had this 2020 census that had some issues with the data. So when we're doing planning work, there's been some discrepancies between the 2020 census, the 2021 ACS data, which has, in our recent experience, kind of made it like you kind of have to ground truth some of these numbers a little bit more, especially because I think I heard there was a NPR Maine calling thing about Maine's changing demographics, that Maine is one of the states that experienced the most in-migration during the pandemic in the past few years. So I think that it's definitely trying to find the most up-to-date data, and also looking at the ways that sort of where people are using, people working remotely also using seasonal homes and vacation homes in a different way than they would before, where they're maybe spending more time in a second home and working from there for part of the year. So I think we've definitely seen in a lot of different communities how the pandemic has changed the way that they're getting more people in, sometimes more. Some communities are getting more families, where they were seeing a decline in that previously, and more remote workers. And yeah, it's sort of a tricky data point at this point because we're still so fresh in it. So that's something that we've been working with in a couple communities, is trying to figure out the best way to kind of establish those trends.
I think one of the things that we saw, I was on a panel 2 years ago in Vermont, the regional planning conference, where we were talking about northern New England specifically, and the COVID boom that many small communities were seeing, and trying to make sense of, is this a blip? Are the people who have a ski condo just hanging out in the summertime when they otherwise wouldn't, or are they going to be here? And we saw a lot of smaller communities with school enrollment that went up, and I think we'll have to see if the people who move to Maine and New Hampshire and Vermont from other states are going to stick around and make this their home, or if this was a temporary situation. One thing that seems to also be happening is that there's a much higher percentage of people working remotely. So people who live in Maine and work in their house for a company located somewhere else. And that phenomenon is pretty widespread. I don't know exactly what that looks like here in Raymond, but statewide, that is a real thing. And it's led to conversations at local level and at state level about what, adequate internet connectivity to enable this to continue. And the implications of that, not only on, seeing crowded grocery stores in times of year when you might not expect to see such crowded grocery stores, but also around housing affordability and, places that had been maybe more seasonal rentals or vacant times of year are now fully occupied, like Kate had said earlier. And I think the final thing is, in many communities, the Airbnb short-term rental scenario is a very big impact in town, and I've seen it in coastal communities and lake communities and mountain communities, vacation type destinations. So that also has an impact not only on what you experience for traffic and community, but I think it has, like, my point is it's a bigger impact on neighborhoods. You know, when you don't have people living in that home year round and you know who your neighbors are, you're dealing with situations where it's someone different every weekend. And there have been places, and it'd be interesting to hear your experience in Raymond, where it's led to a sense of like loss of community. There've been some big changes around community character related to, you know, certain parts of town becoming, you know, a lot of small hotels, essentially.
And I guess, and this, I have got another question here, but as far as, you know, once a planner starts this whole process, what does it look like practically for us as a committee working with a planner, you know, and what is it that you need from a committee throughout the process?
And can I just say, what are the committee's blind spots? Because I think that goes along with Jackie's question too.
Yeah, and this, you know, we had a few questions that we wanted to pose to you as well, time permitting, but I think that one of the things to clarify is the role of the committee in regard to the writing and the drafting of the plan. There are some communities where, you know, every committee member, I should say, has a chapter that they're in charge of. Other communities will say, look, drafting a plan by committee sounds like no fun at all. We want the planner to draft this, and we'll provide high-level, you know, comments and guidance and kind of steer the project. But the role of the committee in that case is to make sure that the plan stays true to the public input, and make sure that you know, the role of the committee is that, you know, really to make sure that we're hearing from the people that we need to hear from in town, and less about doing the research or doing the drafting. So that's something that I don't know if the 2004 plan experience helped shape where you are at this point, but I think we'd be curious to hear about your expectations for, you know, general approach to work. I think it's a little too early to talk about workflow and that kind of stuff, but you know, our preference, you know, frankly, our experience is more on, you know, getting good input and guidance from a committee, and less about, you know, drafting a plan in meetings like this.
That's it. All right. I just got a couple of quick ones. This will be an easy one. We did a preliminary survey of the community at the last town election in November, I believe. And surprise to me, well, we got quite a response. Over 90 individuals that were actually stopped and did a quick survey for us on what their their highest priorities were as far as the community going forward. And I know this will be a surprise to you, but one of the things that came up very clear was we'd like to see increased services and low taxes. So I was just wondering if you've had experience in solving that or giving guidance.
No, I don't know anyone who's like figured that dichotomy out, but I will say there are a lot of communities we work in where it's not the mill rate per se, but it's the value for the services that they get. Some towns have a relatively high mill rate, but they're very satisfied with the plowing, public safety. They've got a great library, and they're happy to pay taxes for that level of service. And in other communities, they identify, you know, whether their perceived tax burden is high or low. They're like, you know, we really want a library that does more things, or we need our response times better, or we need to make sure that, you know, our sidewalks are cleared within a day of the storm, kind of thing. And you know, they might be happy to have a conversation about paying more for that if they could get the things that they're valuing. So I think it's not necessarily always about how much the tax bill is. It's more, I think, at least in part, about the value of the services that they're getting, the perceived value of the services they're getting for that tax. So that's often, how we end up talking about that. And in some places, that is one of the things that rise right to the top. That is the core value of their community. They're very proud of their affordability, and they are okay with not having their own library, or they're okay with getting to the sidewalks when they get to the sidewalks, kind of thing. And that's something that every community needs to figure out on their own.
Just one other question, or just I guess we have access to a St. Joseph's student intern, and how would you utilize that individual in this process?
Yeah, well, I think it would depend on the students' interests and sort of like what subject areas they're interested in, but I could see them, and of course when they're available to start, but I could see them helping with the research process on one of the inventory chapters, especially like if they're an environmental science student, put them on some of those natural resource chapters. That could be really helpful. In my experience working with interns, I also love to have them on some of the online outreach, social media, kind of developing things like that, because the younger people are, the better they are at making good internet posts. So those are some of the ways that I think, and I think it could be helpful for a student to get some exposure to how the public process works, as well as the more research side of things.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good way to answer it, is oftentimes the internships are really focused on developing a student's interest, and kind of they need to get as much out of it as they're giving to a project. So I'd like to, depending on their background and interest, public participation is going to be a focus, I think, of a project like this. There's a strong research component to it. There could be also topical components, whether it's transportation or climate or public policy, that might be a natural tie-in with the student's background. So that's probably how I would approach it as well. Just kind of let's see who it is and what they're interested in and where they're most excited about jumping in.
Great, thanks. Don, any questions from the municipal side?
Well, most of my questions have now been asked, but I guess I've got a real simple one. You both were municipal planners for some period of time, and so you come into a new town, and you're charged with helping maybe the planning board, other boards and committees develop ordinances. So you look at the plan and you say, what's a good thing? What's the most important thing, the best thing that we should be seeking to accomplish with our plan? And then also, what don't you like to see in a plan? As a staff person, you come in, you got the plan. What helps? What doesn't help?
Yeah, I think a clarity and specificity in the plan is most helpful. Vision statements can provide a lot of guidance, and they can provide a lot of specific guidance for staff and policymakers, but I've also seen a lot of vision statements that are mom and apple pie, and just we have a great town and we all love each other and it's going to be this way forever. And as nice as that is, and it's probably easy to get consensus on things like that, it makes it really hard to say, boy, how do we change our zoning based on that? Or how do we make a capital plan for the transportation project based on that? So I think tying the vision statement to the ground through the future land use plan, so that you can say, in these parts of town, we want to see these kinds of things happen, and in these parts of town, they're going to be different. So in some places, they'll be quiet and serene and be very similar to the way they are now in 20 years. In other places, we want to see more energy, more activity, and more investment, so that in 10 or 15 years, it'll look different. So that is number one, relying on the vision statement of future land use plan to provide some real actionable guidance.
And therefore, the vision statement comes really later on in the process, because we're going to be collecting the opinions of a number of different groups and within the community, correct? We can't formulate a vision until we know what the community is really looking for.
Exactly. I think that we have proposed getting that research part of the project out and complete, and then having a community meeting and some other input for people to provide that space for people to tell us their visions. And the fun part of this work is really trying to find the consensus and then identify those places where additional discussion is needed. And there will be, like I said, some recommendations to update a open space plan or do a climate plan. They're recommendations to plan for planning kind of thing. But I think that there's also going to be, if you can be, the more guidance you can provide in the plan, the more direct and actionable the recommendations are going to be.
Yeah, you kind of covered it, but to answer Don's question, when I started working as a planner in Topsom, they had a fresh comprehensive plan, so we were going straight into implementation. So the things that you really want to see from the municipal side are, does this plan have an implementation section that if there's going to be a implementation committee that we can kind of turn into a spreadsheet and figure out who's doing what when? That's something really awesome that you want to see. The kind of vision and future land use ideas that are sort of specific and real enough that if we get a controversial development coming to the town, can we actually look at the comprehensive plan and see how that fits in with how the town's vision has been written? And I guess sort of the caveats are just the opposite of that. You don't want things that are to have something that is maybe so vague or so far off in the future that it doesn't set up realistic goals and expectations that the municipal government can use.
Go ahead.
I guess I'll ask one more. And so Greg likes the town meeting, and everybody has some shared values. I think environmental protection is going to be, resource protection, those sorts of things are paramount concern, always have been, always will be in the town of Raymond. So everybody's got their other little issues. My other little issues, and I've been working, as you may know, over the past half dozen years or so on the idea of getting broadband internet, universal broadband internet for the Lakes region. So I wanted to just ask you about that. And another lesser one that is on my mind is sustainability, and that hasn't really done much here in Raymond. I have brought the solar idea a couple, 3 times to the board of selectmen. We haven't yet decided that that's something we want to do. But I'm very interested in those two things, and to future-proof the town. I think the pandemic has shown us that people, value quality of place, quality of life, and they want to live in places like the Lakes region, like Raymond. And so I think it's of the greatest importance that we get those two things, particularly broadband. And then I think just for the sake of the future and the planet, I'm not going to get into the argument about global warming, yes or no. But sustainability is an important thing, I think. I just wanted to get your thoughts on those.
Yeah, I'll take sustainability and I'll give you broadband. Okay. I think that the comp plan is a really good opportunity to look at sustainability kind of in this really holistic way, as it touches everything from transportation to how we use land to natural resources, recreation, open space, and it gives you an opportunity to look at it not just in a sort of very prescriptive, and I guess in a way, what I'm trying to say is in a way where we can look at how can we do something that is good for the environment, that also will maybe save the town money on energy bills, save the citizens money by, not having to increase taxes, and also make the quality of life better, whether it's looking at something like making the town's streetlights or heating more energy efficient, or looking at different ways that pedestrian infrastructure can be improved that makes people's lives better and is also a sustainable initiative. So I think that's something that we definitely like to incorporate in all these different topics as we're going through the plan.
When it comes to broadband in particular, there's been a number of folks for the last maybe 10 years who've been working at a local level. There's a number of municipal broadband networks established in Maine, and a number of broader regional things. I do recall the Lakes Region Initiative. I've been working with Tom Bartel and Wyndham on that. And with the county and neighboring communities like Raymond and Gray. And I've come to believe that it's really a piece of 21st century infrastructure, just as important as water and sewer is. It is infrastructure that will be provided at some point everywhere. I think that aligning, this kind of goes to a larger comment too about how, you know, there is a state broadband authority, there is a broadband plan, and our work at a municipal level and in various places where we work has been in large part finding ways to align with those larger plans, those higher level state plans. Because that is often a way, we'd ask about funding and how to make things happen. If you can align your sustainability goals with the Maine Won't Wait Climate Action Plan, you will find greater success. If you can align your broadband strategy with the existing programs and grants that are being established through the State Broadband Authority, you will find greater traction than if you were to come up with a strategy on your own or different from what the state was recommending. So I think part of our perspective, and this is maybe, you know, somewhat an advantage to having worked in a community and now work as a planning consultant, is that you have that perspective to you know, kind of get out of the municipal trenches and see how the things that are happening at the local level align with state and federal programs to help, not only from an implementation standpoint, but part of the implementation is finding the funds to do that. So I think that's going to be an important consideration when it comes to certain aspects of this plan. You know, in what ways do these priorities align with some of the state policies and the state goals around these subject topics?
Chris, any questions?
Well, most of the questions have been answered, but I guess I'd like to share a couple of my thoughts that you had brought up. The Airbnbs are going to be an issue if they're not already. They can be disruptive to communities like you spoke of. We have had several developers from out of state that actually come in, buy a lot on a lake, and build an Airbnb specifically for that purpose. In the past, I had seen that, you know, people would do that just to supplement their income for a few weeks in the summer. But we're seeing people actually come into town to do this specifically, and it's not just seasonally, it's year-round. So that's something that I would just let you know that that's going to be one of the pressures that we're going to have to deal with. One of my other things that I think we're going to need to discuss, and I don't know how you do this, but there is going to be more growth pressure because Wyndham's filling up and other towns are moving, you know, the growth is just moving north, and we're the next town in line. And I think this comprehensive plan committee and your planning expertise is going to be key for us to figure out where we have that growth and how we protect our lakes, streams, our mountains from that development, but also have that rural character. It's a puzzle, and it's going to be a very challenging to make this work so that our future, I mean, we all live here and play here, and we want to be here, and we're very excited to be on this committee. This is a very, very talented group of people and very diverse. And it's nice to see you two here and hear your expertise. And obviously, Ben, you and I have worked together quite a bit in the town of Wyndham, and even before I was in Wyndham, we were working on the broadband thing with Dawn and a few other things. One of my things that I thought was important to this committee that I brought up, and it hasn't been spoke of tonight, is infrastructure and basically the transportation piece of that. I know that we've talked for almost 10 or 12 years of having some kind of a connector from Wyndham through Raymond, and I think that's something that maybe something that we want to look at, that would maybe address some of our growth, some of our issues with jobs. I think that job growth is very minimal here in town. We have some big industries, but not many. We have Sabre Yachts, and we have SPX or Dielectric, but we don't have any big employers. People come here to work and play on the lakes. You know, tourism is the big thing, and what I've seen in my lifetime is the increased pressure on the lakes, the volume of boats, the volume of kayakers and people recreating in our community. It's great, but it also comes at a cost. And I think that balance with, you know, trying to find that balance is key to this committee.
John?
He brings up a really great point with the, depending on how you look at it, you know, the bypass, or would be, I guess, how Wyndham might look at it, but I look at it as an opportunity corridor. And so we don't have a lot of available land for commercial development. So Chris has talked to me about that. You know, I think a big issue for a lot of people. I mean, it's not all recreating on the lakes. There's a lot of that, but there's also the idea of some level of local employment and sustainability from a job standpoint. So, you know, we don't want to, you know, spoil the character of the town or change it in a, you know, manifest way. But I think to have zones, if possible, given our limited land mass, zones that would be suitable for development, for jobs, and a more commercial or, you know, sort of land use, I guess. We don't really have a great deal of that. Wyndham has it in spades, but, you know, maybe that's enough. But I look at the land that would be on that, when we were talking with the school about the possibility of locating the school up on top of a mountain with a beautiful view, in the wrong town, however, but it's right on the border. It's the lot that, you know, borders the right town, and so that's a beautiful piece of land, and it encompasses parts of Wyndham and Gray and Raymond, and that would be right on that corridor, you know. And so it's something that I would like to, he brought it up initially, and I'm very excited about that possibility for that land.
Great. Yes. So I guess last but not least, Sue, any questions?
No, not really. Thank you, though.
Okay. All right. So you have, who did I miss?
Frank said he might want to say something.
Frank,
later.
did you have any other questions?
You covered it with sustainability.
Sustainability. All right, I guess for the sake of time and trying to keep this within the 2 hours, what I'd say is at this point, you said Ben, you might have some questions for us.
Well, we did have a few questions. If we're out of time, I appreciate your restrictions.
Quick and easy would be
rapid fire round.
Did you want to get started? Okay. Well, I think my first question was really about getting back to that idea of growth, and you know, not only the residential growth that I had you know, found in that quick preview of the census data that was in the PowerPoint slide, but I think it also relates to the type of infrastructure that Don and Chris are talking about with, you know, a new road, and I understand it's in the vicinity of, you know, Route 302 commercial activity and not too far from the village, and going out 85. So, you know, there are, you know, I think discussions to be had in the community about, is that an appropriate place for new infrastructure? And if it is, you know, what kind of land uses would be desirable in that area, and how would they be compatible with the things that are already happening in the area. So I think that that's a specific example of the more general, how should growth be viewed in Raymond? Is it the kind of thing that would be welcomed in certain places, or is there a sense in the community that growth should be more measured or restricted in general?
Well, I think that my understanding of LD 2003 is that they're actually looking at, or it's incorporated in that legislation, is identifying, along with the land management or the growth management plan, which has been around for quite a while, was identifying areas for growth within the town. So my guess is that through this process and looking at 2003, that we will be looking at that and necessarily having to identify those areas. Once again, that's going to be in collaboration with the planning board and ordinance changes and the like, but that's my sense of it.
So it's kind of a bit of, make sure that we really minimize the impact of growth in certain places, but it could be okay in other places, and not just like across the board.
Yeah, my son Penn is that you don't, whenever I cringe whenever I heard, we need to control growth. And my understanding is that control is the problem there. You really can't. A lot of it's the market, and that's what determines growth. Managing it is what I believe has always been the goal, is how do you manage it? So similar to getting on with, how do we increase services and keep taxes low? Right. That's always a conundrum, and how do you get that balance? And from my understanding in this process, we're going to be relying on the citizens of Raymond to tell us that.
That's the thing. Everybody's going to have an opinion about it, and it's going to vary, I think, in this committee and across the town. And so the first step here is to have that discussion, see what comes out of it, and then go from there.
Yeah.
I'm just expressing my concern, but it may or may not be shared.
Yeah, I don't know that we can't not grow. I believe that's a given. We're going to grow. It's how do we do it, right?
I will have conversations with folks, with communities, like initial early, and say, you're part of a regional housing market, you're part of a regional job market, and there are certain things. There's a national economy that will dictate a lot of what's going on, but there are certain things that you can control, and I think that that's really what a comprehensive plan is about. It's a land use plan. It's trying to determine what you do have control over, try and shape the future of the community, knowing that there are a lot of things that, and a lot of individual decisions that are going to be beyond the town office's control.
The other thing that really hasn't been discussed, that I guess we touched on a little bit in the beginning, and I guess it was me who touched on that, was the whole affordable housing thing. I think that's of great significance to our town, and I'm sure you're aware of strategies that we are not aware of that could help to promote, I guess, improving our diversity of our population, our demographics, having more younger people, more working people.
Yep.
And it seems to me that it's all interrelated, right? I mean, if you want to have affordable housing, well, are people going to be able to commute? Are we a bedroom or evolving into a bedroom community of Portland and Lewiston, Auburn? What's the trend going to be in 10 years as far as how many individuals here are going to be working from home? That ties into the broadband. If we're going to develop the affordable housing, let's say we're going to expand the village area, well, there's got to be resources there. There's got to be stores. There's got to be sidewalks. There's got to be transportation. I mean, all those things seem to be interrelated into a plan. And as I understand it, we're trying to look 10, 15, 20 years down the road. Some things I think are more easy to vision than others. It's kind of hard for me to believe that reducing an electric costs by taking it from the sun seems like something that's not going to go away anytime soon.
when I first came here 23 years ago, you know, the town was, I think somebody talked, I think it was Peter talked about the poll where people want to have the best of services and the lowest of taxes, and it makes me think of a discussion we had back then, and, you know, I was trying to be provocative, as is my nature, but I said, you know, we have to decide whether we're the outer ring of Greater Portland or Greater Otisfield, and I think that we're Greater Portland. And so I can appreciate the idea that we want to have the low taxes, and we have had historically the lowest taxes around. And I mean, that's because of our robust valuation, our conservative values. But we also want to have all these cutting edge things, and we have a lot of those things. We have a lot of those things to a degree and kind that towns like Wyndham don't have, in the technology area, for instance, probably. And we had that for a long, long time, but we've done it in a sort of homegrown way. So that's kind of the Raymond, you know, beautiful environment, low taxes. We want to have everything that everybody has to the east of us. I don't think we're the outer ring of Greater Otisfield.
Gotcha.
That's my own opinion.
Yep.
Well, thank you. I think for the sake of time, we're gonna move on, and we do very much appreciate your presentation. And I'll go on record. I did it the last meeting as well. This is excellent. I mean, this is very comprehensive, no pun intended, and professional, well organized, and a great marketing tool.
Great job.
We appreciate the conversation. I think that this is the kind of thing that kind of keeps me going as a professional, like hearing from folks with a wide range of interests, and like you said, trying to like tie some of these things together into those cross-cutting, high priority, impactful goals. Yeah,
excellent.
So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I know that we have an applicant that's on. I'd like to get him on board here first, if we could. Derek Ray, hopefully you got a chance to see the application in the e-packet. If not, it was, I have a copy here and I can read it if anybody wants. It's really 4 questions and they're very, very succinctly answered. Does anybody need that at all, or?
Give it a quick read.
All right, I'll give it a quick read. This is the application.
That's cool.
This is Derek Ray. He's from 15 Ball Drive. His occupation is real estate and builder. The boards and committees he's interested in. Number 1 was the Comprehensive Plan Committee. Number 2 is the Planning Board, and number 3 was the Zoning Board of Appeals. Wow. Why are you interested in the board or the committee chosen above? I would like to be a part of the planning and growth of the town while keeping the integrity of the town intact. What contributions, benefits, talents, and skills can you bring to the town of Raymond? I've been in the real estate and construction fields for over 20 years. What do you feel is the responsibility of the boards and/or committees you chose to help the town grow and change in a positive way, but also keeping the community aspect of the town from changing? Does your schedule allow the flexibility to attend meetings on a regular basis? And the answer was yes. So do we have Derek? Can he zoom in?
Yes, I believe I'm zoomed in.
All right, Derek, so I'll turn it over to the board for any specific questions.
Derek, you're a brave soul to want to join the comp plan. I mean, you just experienced probably one of the more informative meetings we've had to date. But that was good if you were able to listen in to what you're up against, and we welcome the opportunity to talk with you some more. And do you have any questions for us here, looking at us?
It's not.
So,
Derek, you're muted in case you're trying to speak.
There he
I
is.
think I'm back. All right. Let me know if that goes out again. I don't know. I'm trying to do it on my phone. My daughter's in a cheering practice, so I'm in the parking lot listening and watching you guys, but I can't get the video to work. I tried on the laptop, so here I am with that. That was a great meeting, though. I like the interview process. Got some good questions. Those people seem on top of it and done it before. A lot of knowledge there, so I think that helps. And then I was able to text in a couple questions to some people that were there, so that was good. And that's about it. I mean, I don't know how the other meetings have gone, but very well organized, to the point. There wasn't a lot of off-topic rambling. It was pretty good. I like that.
Derek, I'm just going to have this observation, and it's this. First of all, echoing John as far as, we really appreciate volunteerism. It's not something that you can capture a lot these days, and so anybody willing to step up for the betterment of their community and sacrifice their free time for any of the committees or boards, I'm very appreciative of. That being said, here's my concern, and it has to do with the makeup of a committee that is tasked, as you heard tonight, with land use ordinances and development. And that the state guidelines in how this comprehensive plan committee is put together says that the committee should be diversified enough to represent the community. And so my concern is the process would go from here, where we review your application, ask you questions, and then make a recommendation one way or another, or decide to make a recommendation to the select board, because understand it's the select board that appoints the members of this committee. I would just say, and I heard it tonight, I believe, from Dawn, that one of the exceptional parts of this committee is the diversity. So we have men, we have women, we have old, and we have young. We have individuals that are for more regulation. We have individuals that are for less regulation. All of these things are good because they meet the basic premise of what a comprehensive plan should be, which is to be representative of the community. My concern is, if I go around the room in this committee, what I find is we have a forester, we have a geologist, we have a healthcare provider, we have an educational administrator, we have a financial advisor, we have an attorney, and if I understand it correctly, we have 3 individuals that are either directly or indirectly involved in real estate. So right now, 30% of this committee is represented by realtors. And so that's my concern. It is not that I don't believe we should not be looking to embrace anyone that wants to serve on the town committees. And I'm gratified to see that you're also interested in the planning board. And I don't know that there is a realtor. No. There is not a realtor on the planning board. I don't know if there's a realtor on the Zoning Board of Appeals. There really should be. We draw from our internal expertise in those areas. So that's my primary concern to the committee. And understand that recommending you as a member will then go to the select board. When we had the discussion at last month's meeting, we had determined that we actually weren't going to have an interview. We were going to skip that step. And that was something that afterwards, in conversation with Kayla, the co-chair, what we determined is that our reasoning, and it was actually my reasoning, to skip over this phase was faulty. What we had said at the meeting was none of us had to go through an interview process. But understand, this was a new committee. It was the selectmen that appointed us. But now there is a committee. And therefore, what we decided, Kayla and myself, is, in all fairness, we needed to go back and actually conduct this interview and make a recommendation, because that's the process to go to the select board. So those are my views. I figured I would just express that. And, you know, it's not hard with a committee of 10 right now to figure if there are 3 individuals on this committee that are either directly or indirectly involved with a sale of land in the town of Raymond, that might be viewed as the appearance of a conflict, because it represents now, realtors represent 30% of this committee. If, quite honestly, had I been involved earlier on in the selectmen's choice, I probably would have said, no. You know, once again, we're hopeful that what the select board did is thoughtfully looked at all the applications. So it may very well be that our recommendation going to the select board will be, they'll say, well, yeah, 40% of the committee being realtors is okay. I have my doubts about that, but I have no knowledge beforehand that that's the case. So I just wanted to make that statement. Does anyone have any other comments?
Well, I wonder if we might, I know Derek, he's a neighbor of mine, and realtor is one of the many hats that he wears. And I wonder if he might share with us some of the other businesses that he's involved with, so we can get a more comprehensive understanding of his skill set and his experience in the town of Raymond.
I think that's an excellent query. Derek?
I think I'm unmuted again. I'm a part-time real estate agent. I do it basically for my own friends and family, and then my own personal properties. But I put that on there as just, you know, I was putting all the things that I do on there just so that everybody would be aware of the things that I have, and the many hats that I wear, as well as I have, you know, some storage unit businesses. I do development, and then I also, I would say takes up the most of my time would be building. So I'm a general contractor by trade. So, I mean, that's kind of, with all those hats on a comprehensive plan for the town. I have 3 children that I'm raising that are young in this town. Volunteer quite a bit on the coaching and the sports aspect of it. So I mean, as wearing every single one of those hats, I just think that it's a good spot to be on when you're coming up with a plan for the future of the town that I'm planning on living in and raising my kids in for the entire future. I think all those hats benefit it, just because one of those hats is worn by a couple other members on there. I'm not sure if that's a huge deterrent, but maybe it is for the selectmen or for you guys. What I mean is, if I were to vote or to give an input, I need to, you know, give that. I would be giving that as a developer, a builder, real estate, father, kids in sports, all of those hats. I think I'd be wearing when I came in to vote or to give my. Sorry, my daughter's getting in now. But I would be, you know, interpreting some of the stuff that's going on and giving my input with all those hats, not just one.
All right, thank you, Derek. Any other questions for Derek?
A quick question. Just, I think you made a comment, Pete, that some of the other boards that were hiring, so to speak, and the pay is great, Derek, did not have any contractor experience members, I'll say, or people with Derek's skill set. And certainly on the planning board, that's certainly a valuable thing to have. And in the past, there's typically been a builder or two to help bring reality to rules that are being made at the planning board level. So just quickly from you, Derek, did you have a preference of those committees? Was any of them ahead of the others? Apparently the comp plan was rising to the top, but did you have a strong feeling about planning board, or what was the other one, appeals board?
Zoning Board of Appeals, yeah.
Yeah, I think on that I put it in the order, you know, of most importance to me, I feel, for my family and the community. I think those, in that order that I put it in, was the order that I would wish to, you know, to volunteer at. But I'm up for all three or none or one. It's kind of, I'm up to mercy of you guys at that point, but I do want to get more involved, so.
Great. All right. Any other questions for Derek? No?
Brad's got a quick one.
Brad?
And so does Sean.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Thank you, Peter, for raising the issue. It's a sensitive issue to bring up, and I appreciate you as a co-chair raising that issue. You know, I do share that concern that you brought up, and I also would just like to ask a couple of questions. What experience do you have in serving in volunteer organizations, on boards, on committees, leadership in those, if you wouldn't mind, Derek?
Yeah, sure. Zero. The only boards that I've been involved with would be sports, youth programs, and things of that nature. This would be the first one that that's why I put in there for those. Just trying to be, I've been established in Raymond for a while, and I feel, it's kind of my duty as a father and also as a businessman in this town and a resident to be able to volunteer at some level on here and kind of hopefully shape the town to where our family likes it. And that's basically it. I don't have any more expertise in these. I mean, I think I'm not necessarily young anymore, but I am, you got to start somewhere. So I think being just turning 40, I think it's time to get involved in these. So that's where I'm at.
Good.
Thank you.
Peter?
All right, Sean?
Just real quick, Derek, I just was kind of curious, as a kind of developer, are you currently developing anything, or do you have any recent builds or anything? And the reason I was asking is if you feel our process as the town is kind of conducive to growth, or do you feel that's kind of, is there a hindrance? And I'm not sure if you're developing anything right now, but can you speak on that a little bit? Just kind of curious.
Yeah, I have two developments going. I have a 9-lot in Naples and also a 9-lot in Raymond. And it kind of was interesting bringing up the point earlier of the open space, because I have a cluster subdivision that is going in Raymond right now, and I kind of lean towards that. I like the idea of keeping that open space. We have a 40-acre subdivision, and most of those lots are between 1 acre and 2 acres, and then there's a large community common area space with trails, hunting, walking, ATV, bike riding, all that. And I lean towards that. I kind of like that idea. It's beneficial, I think, to keep some of that woods and the deer and wildlife and everything in those areas. Let them live along with us instead of kind of spreading it out. I grew up in Poland, and they have some farm and forest areas that are minimum 5-acre lots, and it kind of breaks things out so much that you don't have those big chunks anymore, because everybody's got to do their 5s, and they have this, and they have an outbuilding here, and it just kind of pushes some of that wildlife in some of those areas. It just keeps pushing them away and away out of the town instead of kind of leaving some spots for them to survive as well. But that's just my opinion on that. It just doesn't matter, I guess, with the rest of the town. Go with what they agree on and what they're kind of leaning towards. But as far as, being in the business and being a builder and a developer with that was my favorite way to go. I thought it was pretty beneficial for both parties.
Cool. Well, I appreciate your input as a builder, so thank you for that.
Frank?
Peter?
Frank?
Thank you. Want to compliment you for being willing to stick your neck out and join committees. We are always looking for members for our committees because we don't have enough people willing to put in the time and the effort in order to serve on them. But I agree with Peter in that I don't want this committee to go through, make the plan, put it in effect, and then have people criticize us because they feel that it was overrepresented by one group or the other. I'd like to stay away from that if we can do that. I would like to see you serving on a committee, but I'm not necessarily believing that this is a particular committee you should be on just because you are presently in real estate.
Any other comments? No, and I just want to reiterate, my sense is this one. As far as the applicant is concerned, my guess is that if the applicant had applied to the select board, as we all did when we were first forming the committee, there's every chance in the world that the select board would have said yes. That being said, it now falls to us through the process to basically make a recommendation to the select board. Make no mistake about it. This is not our final decision. It's the select board's decision. Our decision is whether or not to recommend it to the select board. So that being said, if there's no other questions, then I would make a motion to approve this applicant with a recommendation to go forward to the select board for appointment. All those in favor? 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? 2. So okay, yeah. So it's it carries with a vote of 7. So the recommendation is that this applicant, we will bring this application to the select board for a decision. Sue, can you make that happen?
Yes, I will. I will tell you that the select board isn't meeting in February, so the meeting will be, I believe, it's March 14th. And Derek, I'll include you on the agenda when your application is up for consideration.
All right, Derek, we're all set. You're going to go to the select board for approval or denial.
Best of luck, Derek.
Thank you, Derek.
All right.
Thank you guys very much.
You're welcome. So I will ask this. It's 8:35 or 8:34. I would ask either the board, the committee to decide we could go another half hour to complete this agenda or make more of a dent in it, or we can vote to carry the rest of the business on to the next meeting. So I guess I need a motion one way or the other.
I would like to at least carry old business.
All right.
Because that stuff can wait, in my opinion, and, you know, I mean,
So
maybe quick.
if I understand, Caleb, what you'd like to do is have the discussion about North Star planning,
I would.
and then we can just do you want to do the community association outreach opportunities as well? No, we can carry that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thought is, besides setting the next meeting date, obviously giving the public a chance to doing the, you know, those small things.
Okay.
Personally, I would like to carry the old business, and I guess that would be D.
So if I understand, the Caleb's motion would be that we finish the business tonight with the committee discussion on the North Star planning, and next meeting date, public comment, committee member comment, and adjourn.
Yes.
All right. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
I have a discussion point here.
Brad.
Yes. I'm in favor of carrying forward just because of the hour and what's before us. I'm also in favor of a conversation with the board to just learn more about the RFP process. And I'd like to see that happen before next month. Like to know where the RFP went, what, if any, feedback we got, and the follow-up that we did on that, so that we know what we're up against. Is there only one applicant for us to vote on when we vote, or are there others?
Yeah. So Brad, we can have that discussion. You can have that discussion in committee member comments,
Okay.
All right? Okay. All right, so
this motion won't defer committee member comments, correct?
I believe we
Correct.
included it in the motion.
Correct.
The comments, committee comments would take place. All right, so there's no more discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. All right, so next on the agenda is the committee discussion on the presentation for North Star Planning interview, and I'll open it up to the committee.
Go ahead.
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, we had one applicant, and I feel fortunate that that went really well. I felt as though prepared, competent. I think that as far they're open to us. It didn't, they didn't seem like we were scary to them. I think we could develop a good working relationship. I personally think it would be a good idea to move forward.
I think you said it perfectly.
Yeah, you did.
I'll second Kayla's statement.
Any other comments? Brad?
Yeah, can I just get a show of hands again? How many have been on one or more strategic or comprehensive plan committees, led them, whatever, in the past 20 years? How many?
Are you when you say strategic plan, what do you mean by that?
A strategic plan would be, comprehensive plans are typically municipalities, nonprofit organizations, for-profit organizations would typically have a strategic plan. That's how it's referred to.
All right. All right, so I'm going to put myself in that. I've been involved in strategic plans.
Strategic planning, yeah.
Okay, so we have 5 of us. How many have been on 2 or more over the past 20 years? So we have 1, 2, 3. And how many have been on 3 or more over the past 20 years?
1, 2, 3,
4?
4.
5?
Yeah, we'll say.
Call 5.
Yeah, we'll say half the committee has that experience.
Okay, and how many have led those? How many have led one?
Am I including the planning board?
Yeah,
absolutely.
One. How many have led 2?
2.
How many have led 3?
Brad, is there a purpose to this? Where are you going?
Because if you're experienced in strategic planning and the process of interviewing, one of the most important parts, there are 2 critical parts that we should really discuss here. One is the competition in terms of bidding. I'm not going to get into that right now. The other is what you learn from interviewing multiple planners. Whether or not you're going to hire them, what we can learn from interviewing multiple planners. And this community is, in my judgment, being shortchanged if we don't have an understanding of what the bidding process was and are there any other options to consider. That's not at all anything against this group of planners. It is that there are a lot of very capable planners here in the state, and I think we owe it to the community, and I hope everyone on this committee feels similarly that we owe it to the community to turn over the leaves out there and just to find out what else is out there.
So, sure, Kayla?
It's my understanding that we did follow a due process with this. It went on the typical listservs. It went through the typical process, Brad. So I feel as though we did turn over the leaves and uncover the rocks, and it just people did not apply.
Well, the question is a little deeper than what you're saying. Number one, where did Don? You had mentioned you wanted to send it out to some friends of yours. Who did you send it out to?
Brad, can I interrupt here? And I'm going to interrupt here. Here's the deal: you sent an email out to the entire committee, as we asked that you do, and that's our process. All right. Let me just paraphrase your email. Requesting a discussion of contract planner distribution. So where it was sent, how it was advertised? What communications between potential planners and the town and/or the committee took place? And what, if any, attempts were made to solicit bids during the bidding process? Now, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what you said. And then you closed with this, I quote, "It is, though, a conversation that ought to be that should be had publicly to assure that the community that we did our best to obtain multiple bids." Yes. So I will tell you that as I read that, especially when you use the term committee with communicating with bidders, that this seems to be a continued history of you to actually operate, I guess I'll use the term supra-legally. We have no business to do that. If we, as a committee, invest our confidence in the town, and we all have, at the beginning of this process, gotten a purchasing policy of the town of Raymond that was adopted 1/9/2018 by the Select Board, and I quote, "The request for proposals competitive process shall consist of the following: identifying all significant evaluation factors, including price and cost, and their relative importance and weighting. Proposals are solicited from an adequate number of qualified sources." What you are implying to me in this email is that that was not done, and that to suggest that the committee reached out and actually talked to bidders while there was the process going on would be an extra legal activity. So I know you can shake your head at this, but I will tell you this, Brad. This line of questioning is out of order. It's out of order. So, Don.
Yeah, I think Sue is prepared to talk about what she did, but I don't think that I want her to do that, because, I mean, we can provide that information. But I have a few thoughts, and that is that if anything, on this particular solicitation, we went a lot further than what we normally do and what other towns normally do. Normally what you do is you advertise this RFP on sites like MMA, on the website. You might buy newspaper ads. You put it, I think in this case, we put it on the planner's listserv. So it's really incumbent upon the professionals to monitor those things, and if they're interested in the opportunities that present themselves through those portals and venues, and that's on them. We never, ever, ever reach back, because when you reach back to an individual, you have an individual conversation, and that's inappropriate. Sometimes they reach to us, and so when they do that, we record the question, answer the question, send it to everybody who's expressed interest. Right. And so, I mean, I think what Sue did in this case, in terms of the solicitation, back to the solicitation, she looked everywhere she could find, consulted with people, you know, talked about who's in this business, and we actually proactively sent it to them, which is way more than most towns do. But that's what we did. And so we got one response. That's unfortunate. I would have liked to have had 10 responses. I'm not sure there are 10 people in the field doing this. Now, we did have a late to the game inquiry, you know, a firm that we were unaware of, you know, contacted us after the deadline and said they would be interested should this thing be re-advertised. That's up to you. But I can assure you that the process that was employed that resulted in the one presentation, the one proposal, was 100% as it should be, and even more so in the sense of how hard Sue tried to get this thing out there. She talked to me about it. We knew it was going to be difficult because planning and comprehensive planning is not what it used to be in terms of the number of consultants that are engaged in it.
And Don, thank you for that explanation, although I don't think it's necessary. I have one question for you.
Sure.
All right. The proposals, were they solicited from an adequate number of qualified providers?
Yes.
Then you followed the policy of the town.
Yes.
Brad, if you get a problem, you talk to the select board because it's their signatures that are on this policy. Otherwise, this conversation is at an end because it's out of order. Can I ask Sue? So, Peter, this is the question of the night. Can you tell us what North Star's proposal was as far as cost?
Yes. It is on my other laptop that's sitting in my lap. And
We know that. There's only one bidder.
oh, come on.
While she's looking at that, I just want to make an observation. This particular planner has done all of our, all the towns around us, and that may not just, because I mean, they may be the only ones sort of around. I mean, that just may be, they're the ones that kind of, yeah, there's a reason for that, and I'm willing to bank on they're the only ones applying.
So what they bid was to do everything. And put a caveat at the beginning of it that it would be negotiated based on what the town staff and or committee would be doing. Yep. But to do inventory and analysis, vision, values, attitudes, goals, policies, strategies, future land use, implementation, plan drafting, review, and adoption. Those 5 tasks are $99,310. They then included direct expenses, printing and website at $1,000, and mileage at $400 for a grand total of $100,710.
Thank you. So basically what we're talking about, the proposal was as I understand it, is for a little under if I understand it, it's a little under 1,000 hours. So we're talking about $100 an hour. We discussed that at the last meeting.
That's the full meal deal. We would do a lot of that work, and we would negotiate that number.
Absolutely. So, germane to my question of North Star, as far as how would you vision that we would utilize, let's say, a intern from St. Joseph's? You know, if they were going to say, if she did part of the inventory, let's say 50 or 100 hours of that, that basically is at no cost to us, as I understand.
Well, that would be the intern, but the other big piece of it is how much are you willing to do?
How much are we willing to do, and how much is staff willing to do? So all that is negotiable.
And we have to have a long discussion about that before you come to a position where typically I negotiate these things on behalf of the town.
Correct.
And if somebody from the committee wanted to be involved in that, that'd be fine. But
I believe that's actually in the policy.
Yeah. But did I negotiate it or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I'm confident that number can be reduced. I was hoping for a smaller number, but I had a sense that it could be an even much larger number given what's happening.
And this number, that, I mean, it's a 22-month-ish.
18, I thought was what was in the
covers more than a year's worth of work. But I know for myself, I mean, when he mentioned, some committees want to be the ones actually writing the plan, I do not feel qualified to write a chapter on a plan.
I don't think the writing part is something that I would do, that you would do. It would
but
be
I liked his suggestion that it was, that we would be kind of the liaisons between the information that they, do and provide to us and the public.
Jackie, and the phrase that I heard used several times was the higher order or the higher questions. So as an example, the vision statement, which we've talked about before, and some had suggested, we're getting ahead of ourselves, the planner's going to do that. The planner may put that vision statement together in a format that can be placed in a plan. But that vision statement and what's included in it really comes from the community, and then we craft it. And once the planners see the visions, craft it. And once the planners see the vision statement,
take it to words.
Exactly. They can put it in the format. They can format it. Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The other thing they said about the vision statement is, they take what we're able to come up with and tell us what's measurable out of it. They extrapolate what needs to be practical in order for us to put the next steps in place, so that we're not just doing the apple pie mom and pop vision statement. We're doing one that actually works for our town and is productive and is of value to what we're putting into it.
I agree.
I was just going to say that in my experience, when you get this initial number, and this has happened a number of different times, it happened when we did the community survey in 2014, you know, they throw at you a number that they're comfortable with in the event that they're not going to get much assistance or any assistance. And so that's why he talks about it being negotiable. So, I mean, you have to decide. I mean, we talk about it to figure out what it is we could do, and then we would have to assign a value ourselves to that, and then, you know, task me to go back and negotiate with them if you went with this firm, or you can, you know, you could go out and try to re-advertise it. But I'm telling you, on that point, there's nothing wrong with what we did. It yielded what we got.
Yeah. And so the discussion we will have at the meeting going forward is going to be how much of it are we willing to assume as far as the working of this plan, how much can be contributed by the town staff, and how much, if any, but my guess is it's going to be significant that the St. Joe's intern.
Yeah, and we may have the opportunity, by the way, to get more than one.
And maybe get more than one.
And she's right on point. So basically, you may have somebody who's an environmental scientist. That would be great. You know, you get people who are in different specialties, you know. I don't know what they offer for specialties there, but basically, if we could get 2 or 3 students, and that'll be the thing. We have to, you know, have a match. And I forget her name, I'm sorry, but she's right about the idea that, or somebody brought up the idea that sometimes, you know, it's a learning experience for them, and you help to define what their interests are. That is true, that can happen, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for somebody who already knows what it is they want to do. They already have this major, they already have this direction, they already have some level of capability. This is not rocket science. A lot of towns use GP Cog at a cheaper rate with AmeriCorps people. So that's what we have to decide. You know, how much you want to do, how many interns we want to try to obtain, how much you're going to push onto the staff. And that's what we do.
All right, so I guess not, because the hour is late, I would ask at this point that does the committee feel at this point we are prepared to either vote yes or no on asking Don to go forward with contract negotiations with North Star Planning? I'll just survey the group.
I'm certainly comfortable with that.
Yeah. All right. Does someone want to make a motion?
I motion for, I don't know how I would say this, but I guess I motion for to allow the town to begin negotiations with North Star Planning.
I'd second that motion.
Is there any discussion? Brad?
Yes. I think, first off, my comments were not at all accusatory, and that needs to be made clear on the record here. They were, I think we can go out and do a better job of that. Don, I respect your comments, but I don't agree with them in terms of contacting people. Secondly, there's word that there was another party that approached us. I'd like to hear about that before voting on this one. I think we owe it to the community.
Brad, my understanding is that individual approached us after the bidding period. Therefore, it's not germane to this conversation unless we repost the bid.
If we decide to, which we can, but we ought to hear about it.
That's all you've just said. All we know about it.
Yeah, I don't think we can know more about it. They didn't apply in a timely manner, so we do know nothing about it.
And all they did is reach out to the town and express interest should we re-advertise.
All right, well, you answered the town. This bid came in at twice what my expectation was.
Yeah, well, so we have a motion and a second. And as I understand it, the motion, just to reiterate it, it's to authorize the town manager to enter into negotiations.
Frank had his hand.
Oh, Frank.
Frank's got a comment.
Do you have a question, Frank?
No.
No. All right. Okay. So the motion is this committee authorizing the town manager to enter into contract negotiations with North Star Planning for the purpose of providing contract planning for the Comprehensive Plan Committee. We've got a motion, a second. Yes. All in favor? Opposed? All right, so we've got 9 yes and 1 no. Any other committee member comments?
I guess that just leaves one question for me, and we kind of need to decide, I guess, at some point what we're willing to take on, right? So for him to enter into.
I can't actually enter into negotiations till we have a discussion.
So we're probably either going to.
Sure, so we've pre-authorized it after we determine the metrics of what we're willing to do. You come back with us, Don, with what you believe the staff can do. Sue, if you could research what St. Joe's has available as far as hours for us, and then we can formulate and give Dawn the guidance as to how much is negotiable as far as the 900 and some odd hours that is contained in this bid.
I guess that's what I was asking for, is that we can.
And should I send the fee proposal to the committee at this point?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. The idea originally was, of course, to do it, cost blind, because we thought we were going to have multiple proposals.
Sure. And
to select the one that we thought was the best fit for the town, had the right, approach and core competencies. But, we got one response, and we really went overboard in trying to, I guess, make this known and to promote interest in it. And, that's all I can say about it.
Great. Sue, there's no public on, I see Derek up there, but there's no public for any comments?
No, there are not.
No. All right, I'd accept a motion to adjourn.
So
second. There's a motion and a second. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Welcome to the Wednesday, February 8th, 2023 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call down that end.
Mike Richmond.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Greenwich. Mark Childs.
Kevin Woodbury.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of minutes. We have the public hearing for the 2023 ordinance amendments. Under old business, we have a Nicole Starrett applicant, I'm not sure what, status review. And then new business, we have the Tranquil Cove Acres, Stephen and Hilda's Clark application, and Stephen and Susan Adams lot line change. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone and state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidences of your appearance this evening. Okay. Should put that on a tape recorder. Approval of minutes is the first item of business for the Wednesday, January 11th, 2023 meeting.
Move to accept the minutes.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussion, changes, anything? All those in favor? Opposed? Minutes are accepted. Thanks, Kevin. All right, our next order of business is the public hearing regarding the ordinance changes. Is anybody here for that particular reason? The public hearing for the ordinance changes? No, okay. How do you want, I think we do need an individual vote, would be my guess, right?
For each one, yeah.
For each one.
Yeah.
How would the board like to proceed? I mean, we've discussed this a number of times. There doesn't seem to be any that are.
Shipping containers, right? The only one that has any, real changes is shipping containers. Everything else
Is as they've been
Yep.
changed, okay. Does the board have any preference? Do you want a quick summary of each one? Do you want to just move to vote on them? I take it there's nobody on the telephone for the public hearing portion? Nope.
I'm okay with the amount of discussion we've had on them already.
Yeah.
Except, is there an additional update from last week or last month?
Yeah, so the only change was, so I sent all of these to the town's attorney, Phil Saucier, and he reviewed all of them. The only thing he altered was shipping containers, and the changes that he made were pretty minor. It was a slight modification to how we presented it. Instead of it being temporary construction, permanent construction, it's now temporary use, permanent use instead of construction. He didn't like that, the way we had it set up that way. The only other thing that he changed that was kind of substantial is we had based it on using the 2021 IBC section for shipping containers. And it's his opinion that we can't actually use that because it's not adopted by MUBEC through the state. We're on the 2015 version. I don't necessarily agree. I think we can actually adopt a section of a code into the ordinance for zoning purposes, but he's the attorney, so we'll go with what he says.
2021.
Yep, so that's the only thing I was gonna say. There is one error in the public hearing document. In the first, has the 2021. So that just needs to get altered to match the first section. So if you guys accept that and recommend approval, it would be with that modification. Otherwise, he didn't really change anything. There were some minor wording changes, but for the most part, the intent is the same.
Okay.
I agree with that. I'm comfortable.
You're comfortable?
We've discussed it enough.
Yeah. Kevin, you okay with just proceeding?
Yeah, okay.
All right, so we have three options for each of the ordinances, proposed ordinance amendments. We can approve, we can send to the selectmen recommending approval. We can send to the selectmen just as is, or we can send the selectmen not recommending approval. So the motion then has to actually be for one of those. And we need to go a little bit slow so Sandy can keep track of us. So for 23 Tech 01, the shoreline zoning ordinance, modification 350-7.7. Do we have a motion? Anybody want to try it?
I would move that we recommend adoption by the select board.
So the select board recommending approval.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Any discussion? All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
7-0. Next is the shoreline zoning, let's see. No, I'm sorry. Next is land use ordinance 300-13, TAC 3, the open space subdivisions. Correcting and clarifying ordinance errors. Is there a motion?
Same motion.
Second.
Skip one? Yeah, I was just wondering that. I think I did. I think I skipped 3, didn't I?
No, they were, yeah.
They're all under one.
All under one, but you might just want to clarify that they were what they were.
Yeah, I'll do that right after this one. Thanks. Okay, the motion is on the floor by Mike to approve and send to the selectmen recommending approval. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? passes. Just to drop back a second, and for Sandy, our first motion covered shoreline zoning ordinances 350-8.2, 350-7-3, and 350-5.4. And 350-8.2 are all included in Vice Bush. As a friendly amendment, I think that's okay. We could just do it that way. Yeah. All right, next up is Shoreline Ordinance 300-10.5 on the amendment to the special features standards. Is there a motion?
Same motion?
Mike moves to approve, recommending approval to the selectmen. Second. Greg. Any discussion? Yep. Oh, you're ahead of me. All those in favor? Aye. Motion pass. Next up is the land use ordinance 300-9.22, shipping containers, defining terms. We need to have any, Alex, explanation to this beyond what we've done?
No, I would just say if you're going to send it to the select board and recommend approval, just send it with the modification that we just discussed to that section.
Okay. Is there a recommendation? Excuse me, is there a motion? Mike, do you want to do the same motion?
We're on a roll. Ditto.
Mike recommends any selectman with a recommending of approval. Greg, you're up.
Do it second.
Oh, right, jumps in. Mark.
I wasn't paying attention.
All right, this is for 300-9.22, the shipping containers with mods as discussed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Next is land use ordinance 300-2 TAC 2, land use regulation map, an amendment to the land use regulation zoning map, correcting minor errors.
That also includes the shoreline zoning.
Oh, thank you. And also shoreline zoning ordinance 350-21. Thanks, Jim. Mike?
Same motion.
Mike recommends approval, forwarding to the selectmen recommending approval.
Second.
Greg seconds, beating out Mark. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion pass. 2 to go. Subdivision ordinance articles 6 parent 4 and 7 parent 4 requiring notification to all lot owners within the subdivision when an amendment is proposed. Mike, you making the same motion?
Recommend approve and recommend approval by select.
Oh, nice. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Right. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Pass. Thanks, Kevin. And our last one, land use ordinance 300-9.26, accessory apartments, 300-12.2, terms defined, 350-5.4, table of land consistency with gotcha.
It's accessory dwelling units.
Accessory dwelling units. Is
Same motion.
you dropping back now?
Yeah, it's too hard.
Second.
Mike recommends approval, sending selectmen with approval. Greg has seconded.
It's simple.
Ed.
Oh, Ed's.
Yeah, the other Greg.
Oh, Ed. Geez, what am I?
I don't know.
Every time I said Greg, I meant Ed. And then when I said Ed, I meant Greg.
I'm living
We need to vote. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, pass. Sorry, I didn't know how I did that one. That's why you were, all right. Done. Sandy, you okay? Did you get all that? Okay. Nicole Starrett has to be put on the agenda. Nicole, you here? Are you there?
Her name?
Nicole, you're up there. Nicole, you on there?
And my engineering consultant from Mainland, Rick, is also here. But kind of just want to show an update of where we are. It should take like 2 seconds.
Okay, we don't usually, normally we don't usually take, we only review applications, but sure, if you want to tell us where you are, that's fine.
We also don't have to if you.
Nope, go ahead. That's fine. So who's doing it?
Rick would be.
Rick.
Yeah, thanks everyone for having me on the interwebs through the video. It sounds like you guys have a full. Mainland has been retained by the Starretts to work through the site plan review memo that Jim produced, and as well. Mainland's been on this for a little while, but this kind of all landed in a time when a lot of us cases of background information, and what I think we look forward to is going through the review memo, hopefully working directly with Jim if he's willing on the solutions for those comments.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you folks for your time.
Nicole, do you have questions?
I do not.
Cove Acres.
Had some clarity as to this was a little bit complex because this Tranquil Cove, formerly Potvin Minor subdivision, was really one lot out of others owned by Diane Potvin. And I believe at that time we had requested that somebody put together an overall property plan showing how all these lots are being broken out, because each one is now forward with this as it stands right now. This is going to be, talking with Alex, I guess there is some numbering sequences here. Potvin lot is 1.
Yep. 1 and 2 would be the member lot can be considered exempt, which I believe I was told it was a gift. So if that's the case, then it's exempt and would be still shown like the interesting.
So it would qualify still as a minor subdivision going forward.
Okay.
Going through the technical review, we did have a few comments. Road right away was shown going through the Diane Potvin lot. I guess we just need to know. Also, to see if there's any other portion, but I didn't see that we did anything with regards to looking at on one of the other ones that was Chase was presented. Items that I had to deal with. This is in the shoreline zone. All of Raymond Cape is in the shoreline zone, so one of the things we need to be very cognizant of is lot clearing and the percentages of lot clearing on the lots. There's a limitation in the shoreline zone. I think when they did their phosphorus calculations, they may have included areas that are larger than what we could allow under the shoreline zone clearing, so we need to be careful about that. Previous actions, so I'm just going to kind of say that those are existing, but we probably will need, like I said, either restrictions or some kind of buffering for the actual lots themselves. Because I know they're looking at it from the road perspective, but probably I know the fire chief had some comments. I didn't see a stormwater management report with this per se, and I guess the only thing I said is we just need to look to see how those lots are impacting the phosphorus calculations. There was no HHE 200s provided, so I'm not, it should be on the plan as well. Oh, one other item I had, sorry, was on the existing part of east of that. I guess I can turn it back over to Representative Bill.
Or not part of the subdivision?
It's part of the subdivision.
It's not a lot.
Correct.
Per se, it still is a lot.
It's a lot. The family member, that was gifted can develop that, build a home on it. If they sell it within 5 years, they have to come back to the board, correct?
Yeah. They have to hold it for 5 years.
You have to hold it for
on a lot, and we have what I've shown as lot 2 and 3. It's really 2 lots. And that gifted lot, vegetative soil filters. So this parcel, being next to it, received quite a bit of review to include it. So we feel pretty comfortable with what was done out there. Some of Jim Seymour's comments, we will add well zones, and on the HHE 200 forms, typically on this plan, will be sold. So we don't know where they're going to build, what they're going to build, or how it's going to be situated. Diane's not building houses as part of this development. So I asked a couple notes about silt barriers being placed. On sheet 2, we do have a detail for how erosion control should be managed for any site development, so that we don't have any issues, soil erosion surrounding. And again, we don't think the main historic preservation is relevant. Typically, that's when you're working in a neighborhood with old homes and, historic. There's nothing out here. We have elevation that would situate the two houses, and we don't see that either one would impact anybody to do for phosphorus, whether it to be a foundation drip edge. We don't think we have, we don't have a whole lot of issues given the limited number of square feet and the improvements that are going to be done. Talked about the HHE 200, test pits are on there. Vernal qualifies for that, and come spring, well, we're getting close now, a couple of months, we'll be able to take a look at that. Basically forested wetlands with drainage swale, and there'd be no issue with any vernal pool issues on those. The 15% limits on improvements, footprint of structures, parking, and non-vegetated surfaces will be met. We added a fire lane turning bump out, if you will, based on the fire chief's design standards. And on sheet 2, we have the details of how that'll work. 20 feet wide and I believe 65 feet deep from the center line of the eastern district. That we want to fine tune some of the things that we talked about tonight, what the planning staff has talked about, and bring it back. And one thing I'd like to ask, potential, this show where they want to build, show the setbacks, a 100-foot setback on the vernal pool, and then a 250. And there is some provision you can impact 10% of that setback between the 100-foot and the 250. So if we showed a potential building site, showed the setback, showed a 10% impact if it is needed with the septic and well locations, would the town consider approval?
I don't know, do anybody have any?
Treat this as if it was significant and show the setbacks and the area of potential disturbance to make the site work.
The only question I have with that is if it is a vernal pool and they can't make it work, then we've approved an unbuildable lot.
That's exactly what I was thinking there.
Puts you in a kind of a precarious.
Before the board would vote on that, if you would just.
Well, are you?
March.
Could you, if you were to say worth to what's allowed by DEP?
Yeah. I think you were saying you could.
Yeah.
I think you were saying you couldn't wait that long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that?
Be relinquished.
Because right now, obviously, that's a restriction on that lot, right?
Right, but there's nothing proposed at this time. Yeah. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah.
I have a question.
The wet area, excuse me, the lot.
To subtract areas below the upland edge of a wetland from.
Right, the lots are all large. We have 5 and 4 acres, and I think they're classified as forested wetlands.
Yeah, so I would think you might want to do something you might want to look at.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, it gets a little unusual in this case because most towns, it's too full.
Peninsulas, shorelands.
Yeah. Bill, the turnaround that you have for the fire department, is that Wayne?
Immediate.
Yeah.
I didn't see one at the end.
Are you okay with it, Wayne?
The next project has one that was approved.
All right, that's fine then.
Wayne's gonna.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all right, Wayne. It's okay, Wayne, I got it.
So the only other thing for final approval.
Okay.
And you have that, right, Bill?
Yes, I do.
Signs and things like that.
Bill?
Yes.
You have that, Bill?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So Jim, I guess I have a question. I know